I've always believed in ghosts, but I never thought my house was haunted. That changed one night when I had a vivid dream that felt all too real. In the dream, I was another person, running from something unknown. The furniture in the dream was different, older than the furniture we had in our house at the time. I woke up feeling terrified for no reason, and that fear stayed with me. Not long after that, strange things began to happen. I would hear footsteps, doors opening and closing on their own, and sometimes, late at night, I could hear heavy breathing. It always happened around 2 a.m. Eventually, I started going to bed earlier just to avoid hearing those noises. But on the nights I was still awake at that time, I could hear them again. When my mom's boyfriend moved in, all the strange noises suddenly stopped. I gave him my room and moved into the basement, figuring it would be more comfortable for everyone. After he moved out, I had gotten used to staying in the basement, so I decided to stay there. That's when the noises came back. Only this time, they were louder and much closer than before. I once heard stomping on the stairs leading down to my room, but when I looked, no one was there. At first, it was just noises, but soon, things started getting scarier. My basement has 2 rooms, the one I sleep in and a storage room. Sometimes I would find the door to the storage room unlocked and open. I thought my mom or sister had been in there, but whenever I asked, they both said they hadn't gone in. Then there were times when my personal heater wouldn't turn off, until I got up and turned the lights on. One night, I heard heavy breathing again and decided to investigate. That's when I saw someone standing in the corner of my room. It was a shadowy figure of a tall man. At first, I thought it was an intruder, so I turned away to grab something for protection. When I looked back, the figure was gone. It was a little past 2 a.m. My room isn't very big, and there's nowhere to go except up the stairs or into the storage room. I didn't hear anyone run up the stairs, nor did I hear the storage door open, which would have been impossible to miss since it's so noisy and hard to open. Another time, I had a friend over for the night. I didn't tell him about the noises or what I had seen. I fell asleep before he did. But the next morning, he told me he heard someone whistling around 2 a.m. He looked to see if it was me, but it wasn't. Then, he saw a tall, dark silhouette standing in the corner of the room. He tried to wake me up, but I wouldn't budge. When he looked back, the shadow was gone. One night, I came home from a neighbor's house around 2 a.m. I wasn't tired because I had taken a long nap earlier, but as soon as I approached the house, I felt like something wasn't right. I looked around, but everything seemed normal. I went to bed, but after a while, I heard footsteps coming toward my room. I figured it was my mom checking on me. I rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. Then, I heard heavy footsteps coming down the stairs. I turned to look, but no one was there. That's when I got spooked. A few minutes later, I heard something walking toward me. It stepped on a few pieces of paper, and when I looked over, the paper moved like someone had just stepped on it. Only no one was there. I had my heater on, but suddenly the room went freezing cold. All of a sudden, I felt extremely sleepy. I lay down, and just as I was about to fall asleep, I felt pressure on my throat. I jumped up, but I kept wanting to sleep. Every time I would try to fall asleep, the pressure on my throat would return, and each time it became more intense. It got to the point where my body started moving involuntarily, like it was struggling against something. It felt like I was being held down by an unseen force. Each time it would stop, I would get sleepy and fall back into bed, but then my body would start moving again, as if it was fighting against the sleep and whatever was holding me down. I couldn't control my body. It felt like I was on a roller coaster, just going along for the ride. I tried to scream, but my voice came out muffled. I tried to get up and run, but I kept getting pushed back down. I reached for my phone to call for help, but it flew across the room, thrown by the invisible force keeping me from getting up. At one point, the pressure got incredibly strong, and I remember seeing my arm in front of me while I was sitting up. That was the last thing I saw before everything went dark. Even though I couldn't see anything, I could feel my head and body moving, but I had no control. The next thing I knew, I was staring at the ceiling. I realized I was lying half off the bed, convulsing, and unable to move. The next thing I remember was waking up a few hours later, back in my bed the way I usually sleep. I could remember everything that had happened. Just to make sure it wasn't a dream, I checked for my phone. It was across the room, where it had been thrown. I don't know what happened that night, but ever since, I've only slept in my house a few times. I avoid going into the basement unless I absolutely have to or if someone is with me. When I told the story to a friend, he thought I might have been possessed. Others think I'm crazy, but I know something happened that night, something I can't explain. In March, my husband and I visited the Queen Mary as the first stop on our honeymoon. I've always been eager to learn about ghosts and experience something paranormal for myself, but I'm also a skeptic. I question everything. I don't automatically assume something is supernatural. That said, what I experienced on the Queen Mary left me convinced that there is something on that ship that isn't human anymore. We stayed one night on the ship, having booked a room. During the day, we explored and learned more about its rich history. We had a nice lunch, visited the ballroom, and admired the ship's gorgeous design. That evening, we decided to take the haunted tour. At first, I was skeptical because many people in our group seemed to jump at every little thing, assuming it was supernatural, which made it hard to focus on the actual surroundings. The first part of the tour didn't stand out much, and I started to feel like maybe we had wasted our money. But as we moved on to the boiler room, things started to change. Our group, led by our guide Erica Frost, a security guard, and another guide bringing up the rear, made our way through dark corridors, down steep staircases, and through tight spaces. The security guard locked the gate behind us, and we were taken to the area where prisoners of war, POWs, were once held when the Queen Mary served as a military vessel. Once we reached the designated spot, we were instructed to turn off our flashlights and sit quietly, allowing our senses to adjust to the space. After about 2 minutes, I began to hear something, a sound like a woman's heeled shoe walking above us. At the same time, I distinctly heard a voice saying, "Help us." It was clear and methodical, and it seemed to be getting closer. The footsteps sounded as though they were coming down the stairs, but when someone in the group spoke, the sound stopped abruptly. Despite that, I could still hear the voice saying, "Help us." But when someone turned on their flashlight, it ceased. I had chills running down my spine, but was eager to continue the tour. The rest of the tour went without incident until we reached the pool area. In the pool room, my husband became visibly uncomfortable. He said it felt like someone or something was watching him, and he didn't like it. My eyes kept being drawn to the dark corners of the room, and I took several photos, capturing a number of large orbs. But the most intense moment came when we entered the changing rooms. In the changing rooms, each group of 2 entered a shower stall. We were asked to turn off our flashlights and sit in near-perfect darkness. As my eyes adjusted, I could clearly see the outlines of the people in the stall across from us. But soon after, I noticed something, black figures moving just outside our stall. The darkness was so dense that it completely blocked the people I had been able to see moments earlier. One of the black masses stopped directly outside our stall, and I had an overwhelming urge to touch it. I cautiously stuck my hand out but quickly pulled it back. It was freezing cold. I touched my husband's arm, and he confirmed that it felt freezing as well. Right at that moment, Erica, our guide, remarked that something was happening outside our stall. I couldn't agree more. Upon leaving the pool area, my husband said he immediately felt better. He had been feeling lightheaded and weak while we were in there. That night, we slept on the Queen Mary without any further incidents, but I never felt quite right while on the ship. My head was pounding the entire time, and I had this lingering sense of sadness. But as soon as we left the hotel, I felt instantly better. It was an incredible experience, one I won't forget anytime soon. I truly believe that there is life after death and that our loved ones can reach out to us in many different ways. This is a story about a friend of mine, Jose, who passed away and how he visited me in several dreams. I was a freshman when Jose and I began dating. He was an amazing person, always smiling and making everyone laugh. We dated for a few months, but eventually we realized that it wasn't going to work out, so we broke up. After the breakup, we didn't talk much. I'd see him from time to time, but we rarely exchanged more than a quick greeting. The last time I saw him was when I was walking to one of my classes. I hadn't seen him in a while, so I said, "What, you can't say hi anymore?" He smiled his usual bright smile and kept walking. Little did I know, that would be the last time I ever saw him. On Monday, March 24th, 2003, I got a phone call from a friend, telling me that Jose had been hit by a car and was in critical condition. My mom called all the hospitals in town trying to find out how he was doing. Eventually, she got in touch with his brother. Jose was gone. I cried so much, I couldn't believe he was really gone. About a month after his death, I began having dreams about him. In the first dream, we were at the community where I lived. Jose told me that he was okay and asked me not to cry for him anymore. He was smiling just like always. The second dream happened right before my quinceañera, which is like the Mexican version of a sweet 16. In the dream, he was at my quinceañera hanging out with us and having a good time. I knew he was dead, but that didn't bother me at all. It felt so normal to have him there with us. The last dream I had of him was different, and it scared me a bit. In the dream, we were holding a second funeral for him. I was standing in a room next to where they were about to place the casket. They brought him in, but they positioned the casket so his back was facing me. Suddenly, I heard a cell phone ring. It was Jose's, and he answered it. I was shocked. I remember asking my mom, "Why is he doing that?" Then, a man walked up to Jose, and Jose began to cry and touched the man's face. He lay back down in the casket, and again, I asked my mom, "Why is he doing this?" Just as I said that, Jose got up, turned around, and looked directly at me. Then I woke up. I'm not entirely sure what these dreams meant, but they felt so real, like he was truly trying to communicate with me. It's been several years since I had those dreams, but I can still remember them clearly. Even though it's been 5 years since Jose passed, I miss him dearly. I believe that through those dreams, he was letting me know that he's still with us in spirit. My mother comes from a country where, even today, things remain old-fashioned and secluded from the city. Throughout her life, she has been followed by strange occurrences, experiences, and sightings that cannot be easily explained. Ghosts and entities have never been strangers to her. But this one experience is something neither of us will ever forget. My father was not a good man during his time on earth. He brought more pain than joy to my mother's life, and while I had no memories of him as a child, I met him when I was about 8 years old. He was a stranger to me, a stranger who had caused my mother immense suffering. When I was 10, my father chose to take his own life in a violent way. In the week following his death, strange things began to happen. I noticed that my mother seemed more afraid than in mourning. She once told my aunt about the plants she kept on the back porch. It was her custom to leave a glass of water for the recently deceased, a tradition I still don't fully understand. The next morning, all the plants had been ripped from their pots, as though someone had torn them out by hand, and the water was spilled all over the porch. My aunt later confided in my mother, saying that she had heard a voice whisper in her ear, "It's not worth it," while she sat at her dining table mourning my father's death. Ever since his suicide, my mother had this constant feeling of unease. It wasn't until I got older that she told me the full extent of what she had experienced. For years, she believed my father's unresting spirit was tormenting her. She often felt watched, especially at night. She would wake up smelling men's cologne and felt as though someone was lying next to her in bed, though she never had the courage to turn around. When she bathed, she could sense someone watching her through the window. One day, she came out of the shower crying, horrified. She said something had struck her across her back. I looked, and there was a red mark, almost in the shape of a letter. I was so shocked that I didn't know what to say. My mother told me she could always tell when my father's ghost entered her room. She would hear a train pass by at the same time each night, and soon after, the smell of cigars and cologne would fill the room. After seeing her in so much fear, I decided to stay up one night. I remember hearing the distant sound of the train, just as my mother described. I went outside and started speaking to the man I had only met once and never called father. I asked him to leave in peace and allow my mother to have peace. As I spoke, I was overcome with a deep, burning anger. I asked him to rest, to let go. A week later, I noticed a change in my mother. She was less afraid to be alone and was finally able to sleep peacefully. When I asked her if she was all right, she told me something that gave me chills. One night, while she was sleeping, she heard my father's voice ask her for forgiveness. My mother woke up, looked around, and said, "I forgive you." At that moment, she knew that my father's restless soul had finally found peace. It's been a week since we've experienced any unusual activity in the house. My fiancé hasn't heard any strange noises coming from the main floor bathroom, and my electronics have stopped turning on and off by themselves. But my brother, Chris, has mentioned a few things that make me believe the little girl who haunts or haunted our home hasn't completely left. Last weekend, I spoke to the spirit and told her that she couldn't stay here anymore. I told her she needed to be with Jesus, and if she asked for forgiveness and asked Jesus to save her, she would be free. For a few days, everything seemed normal, and I thought I had helped her cross over. However, over the past few nights, Chris told me he's woken up to find a little girl standing in the doorway of his room. He's not sure if he was imagining it or if he was awake or dreaming, but he says it creeps him out all the same. I found his story interesting and asked if I could sleep in his room to see if I'd experience the same thing. Last night is a night I won't forget anytime soon. I slept on the floor of his room, and at around 2:40 a.m., I woke up, wide awake. A few moments later, Chris woke up too. Almost as if sensing that I was awake, Chris said my name, though he sounded uncertain. I responded, letting him know I was awake too. Felt strange, both of us waking up at the exact same time. Before I woke up, I had a dream that I was standing in the basement, not doing anything, just standing there. Chris told me he had the same dream. We were both weirded out by this, so we decided we had to go down to the basement and see what was so significant about it. As we reached the main floor, we felt the temperature drop noticeably. Then we heard the basement door creak open. We looked at each other and headed toward the basement door. We always shut that door before bed, but now it was wide open. Feeling nervous, we made our way downstairs. When we reached the bottom, we noticed something on the floor, but we couldn't quite make out what it was. Chris turned the light on, and we saw a small pile of 3 or 4 daisies with a wooden cross lying on top of it. We stared at each other, both confused. Chris just shook his head, muttered, "F*** this," and went back to bed. I stayed behind, trying to figure out what was going on. I grabbed a chair, sat down, and stared at the flowers on the floor. After a while, I saw a shadow in the corner of my eye. When I looked up, there she was, the little girl. She had become comfortable enough to show herself to me. I couldn't help but smile at her. I asked if she was leaving us, and to my surprise, she smiled back. She lifted her hand to wave, and then she disappeared completely. I felt happy, but also overwhelmed by what had just happened. I knew it was her way of saying goodbye, and I was certain she was off to a better place. I went back upstairs, crawled into my sleeping bag, and Chris asked what took me so long. I told him, nothing, and fell right to sleep. The next morning, I went back down to the basement to get the daisies and the cross. I took them outside and planted the daisies in a little spot in the garden, placing the cross behind them. I felt a little sad, realizing the girl had become like a friend in some way. She would always want to play ball with me and loved playing funny pranks on my brother. It's going to be tough not having her around, but I know she's finally where she belongs. I'm 19 years old, a strong believer in Christ, but I've been struggling with personal demons for some time. I wasn't always a believer. I have my own reasons for finding faith. Despite my belief, I've always been skeptical about ghost stories and the supernatural, mostly because nothing like that had ever happened to me until recently. Lately, I've felt a growing sense of darkness, like something bad is about to happen. I've always had a strange gift for being empathetic, able to sense what's going to happen in the near future, and this time the feeling was unsettling. The first incident happened a few nights ago. It was after 3 a.m., and I was lying in bed, about to fall asleep, when I began hearing something moving in my room. It sounded like a scraping or dragging noise, and it was getting closer in intervals every 10 seconds or so. Naturally, I got freaked out, but I didn't move. I sensed that this wasn't a physical threat, but something beyond explanation. The noise kept getting closer until it sounded like it was right under my bed. That's when I jumped up, startled, as a poster next to my head suddenly blew off the wall. I prayed for protection and somehow managed to fall back asleep. For a few days, nothing happened, but that dark, uneasy feeling lingered. Last night, I got home late and struggled to fall asleep. Around 4 a.m., I finally started drifting off, and that's when things took a turn. I was in the middle of a vivid dream about my job when, something hit me in the face. It wasn't a gentle tap. It was a strong, forceful hit that woke me up immediately. The feeling was strange. It didn't exactly hurt, but there was definitely power behind it. It was as if something struck my entire face with equal force. I was so deep in the dream that it took me a few minutes to process what had just happened. I lay there, scared and confused, not wanting to move, and prayed again, trying to make sense of it. I tried to fall back asleep, but as you can imagine, it's hard to do after something hits you in the face out of nowhere. But it wasn't over yet. After lying in bed for about an hour, the sky was starting to lighten, and I began to feel a bit safer. I eventually dozed off again, only to have another unsettling dream. In this one, I was in a restaurant and suddenly started coughing and choking. I snapped out of the dream instantly, and that's when things got really crazy. When I woke up, I couldn't move. My heart was racing, and I was completely paralyzed. Something was trying to take control of me, and it was succeeding. My ears were ringing, and I started hallucinating. This wasn't a dream. I was fully awake and aware of what was happening. Whatever it was had control over me, and it forcefully turned my head to the right. I have a poster on the wall of some girls, but in that moment, it transformed into a sinister image of a hand, a controlling, evil hand. I freaked out, struggling to breathe and move, fighting to break free from whatever had me in its grip. Panic was setting in, but I tried to stay calm, remembering to pray. It seemed to weaken, but it wasn't done yet. A minute later, it attacked again, stronger and more intense. My blankets were thrown off the bed, and I kicked my feet, praying desperately. I could barely speak, but I managed to mumble, "God help me." This happened not just once or twice, but 5 or 6 times. Each time, there was a minute's break between attacks. After each attack, I felt completely drained, struggling to catch my breath. Shadows moved across the walls, and with each attack, the intensity grew. On the 6th attack, my door suddenly opened. I thought it was my mom, so I tried to say something, managing to mumble, "Mom, help, I can't move." But there was no response. The door shut, and then I felt something grab my leg. Panic surged through me as I realized I was in deep trouble. The door opened again, and I heard something moving towards my bed, then something underneath it. I tried to shout for help, but no words would come out. One final attack came before it finally stopped. I lay there, trembling, realizing that my mother had never actually checked on me that morning. When I was 9 years old in the late 1970s, my twin sister and I were playing at the end of our long driveway, near the backside door and garage. Our house was big and old, with 2 stories. My parents only used the front section of the driveway to park their cars, and they had fenced off the middle part with a gate. The garage at the end was used for storage. It was a warm, sunny Sunday afternoon, and we were deeply engrossed in our game. Inside, my father was sitting at the dining room table, going through his important papers, while my mother was on the sofa, reading one of her women's magazines. I can't quite remember what game we were playing, but we were completely focused when, out of nowhere, we heard a soft, sweet woman's voice calling, "Excuse me, excuse me." We stopped what we were doing and looked toward the gate, where the voice had come from. Standing there, behind the gate, was a very pretty, youngish woman, probably around 30. Without thinking much of it, we walked up to her. Immediately, we noticed that she didn't look like anyone we had ever seen before. Her clothes seemed to be from another era, maybe the 1930s or 1940s. She had short, waved hair, a small hat with a mesh veil covering her forehead, and a black skirt suit with a matching jacket, like something from an old movie. She wore black gloves, which was typical for women of that time. She rested her hands on the gate, smiling at us. Her smile was striking with bright red lipstick. We both remember her creamy white skin, her green eyes, and her pleasant perfume. That perfume smell has stayed with us ever since. As we stood there, staring in wonder, she asked us in a gentle voice, "Where is your father? Can I please see your father?" It felt strange to us, but I told her, "I'll go get him." My sister and I ran through the backside door into the house and straight to the living room where my parents were. We shouted excitedly, "Mom, Dad, there's a really pretty lady in the driveway wearing old-fashioned clothes, and she wants to see Dad." My mom, always the skeptic, just said, "It's probably someone from church," but both my sister and I knew it wasn't. There was something different about her, something that made me instantly feel like she was a ghost. My sister told me later she had the same feeling, but neither of us were scared. Anyway, my dad got up without saying much and followed us back through the house, out the side door, and into the driveway. But by the time we got there, the woman was gone. We looked up and down the street, but there was no trace of her. We told our dad, insisting that she had been there, but he just said, all right, I believe you," though he didn't sound all that convinced. To this day, we still talk about that experience. My mom remembers it too. It's always been a mystery to us who that woman was. Was she a long-dead relative of my father's, coming by to say hello? Or was she somehow connected to the house before my parents bought it? We'll never know for sure. During college, I spent some time living at my grandparents' house. It wasn't the cleanest place, but it was free, and I was helping them out. Their house was next door to the one I grew up in, where I had plenty of ghost experiences I'd rather forget. After living there for 2 or 3 months, I was just starting to settle in. One night, I decided to meditate before bed to help calm down. But while meditating, I kept getting this overwhelming message that I should stop. I couldn't understand why, so I ignored it and kept going. Big mistake. If you ever get the feeling you're going too far during meditation, trust it. Stop. I finished my meditation and prepared to go to bed. I felt a little off, almost sick, and figured I'd just drained too much energy. Maybe that's what the stop message was about, I thought. But then, no more than 5 minutes after I lay down, I saw her. The little girl I hadn't seen in the 2 years I'd been away from the house I grew up in. "We found you," she said. I nearly jumped out of my skin. We? That couldn't be good. And I was right. This was about to become the worst night of my life, at least as far as paranormal experiences go. I stared at the little girl, not making out much except her size and face, but her message, "We found you," pulsed through me like electricity. Next came a man and a smaller figure, both of whom I had seen during my childhood. They didn't speak out loud, but I could feel the same eerie message radiating from them. "We found you." I was paralyzed with fear, unsure of what to do. I thought about waking my grandparents, but my grandmother is schizophrenic, and explaining this to my grandfather felt impossible. By then, the room felt packed with spirits, all of them trying to make contact. It was like the entire space was filled with a thick, suffocating pressure, except for the part of the bed where I lay. I had no idea what to do, so I called my best friend, begging him to come over immediately. I knew he'd understand, as he'd had his own ghost experiences when he was younger. Summoning all my courage, I turned on the light and unlocked the front door, but the oppressive feeling in the room didn't go away. My friend arrived quickly and sat on the bed with me. He suggested I try to go back to sleep, so we turned off the light, but they were still there, watching. Although they weren't speaking to me anymore, both of us could feel their presence. The pressure in the room was undeniable. We tried to ignore it and fall asleep, but they didn't like that. Suddenly, there was tapping on the window, then on the bedpost. My friend asked me to stop tapping my fingernail on the bed, but I wasn't. The tapping continued, and we didn't talk about it again. Then we started hearing strange noises outside. My friend described it as the sound of a small plane flying nearby. To me, it sounded more like a subway train rumbling by. These noises kept coming and going throughout the night. It took hours, but eventually, exhaustion overtook us, and we finally fell asleep. When morning came, Everything was gone. The spirits, the pressure, it had all disappeared. Shortly after that night, I moved out of my grandparents' house and haven't spent another night there since. That was the worst and most intense paranormal experience I've ever had. When I was younger, I had some health problems. Only once did I have to stay in the hospital for a few days. I was 10 years old when I was admitted. During my stay, I met a girl named Isabella. She was a year older than me, and by the end of the first day, we had become great friends. The next day, Isabella and I spent the whole day together, exploring the hospital. We visited almost every floor, there were at least 10 or so, but we stayed away from one. One of the nurses had told us to avoid floor 8. Naturally, being kids, the moment someone told us not to go somewhere, it only made us want to go even more. That day, we stayed away from the floor, but around 3 a.m. that night, I woke up. I didn't know the rules of the hospital, so I thought it would be okay to get up and visit Bella, my nickname for her. So I quietly got out of bed, left my room, and headed to the elevator. I knew which floor she was on, so I hit the button for her floor. Floor 4, or at least, I thought that's what it was. As the elevator started to rise, it felt like it was taking longer than it should have. When I looked up, I realized I had passed floor 4 and was already at floor 6. The elevator kept going until it stopped at floor 8. The doors opened, and I wasn't scared, just confused. I figured I must have accidentally hit floor 8 instead of 4. I was about to press the button to go back down, but then I remembered what the nurse had said about staying away from floor 8. And, of course, curiosity got the better of me. I stepped out of the elevator and started walking slowly down the hallway. There were no lights on this floor, and it looked old, almost broken down, like it was under renovation. I took a turn down one of the hallways, and that's when I heard it. A voice. It was clear and unmistakable. A little girl's voice called out, "Hello!" At first, I wasn't scared. I thought maybe a girl had wandered out of her room. Sure, the hair on the back of my neck stood up, but only because the voice had startled me. I looked around but didn't see anyone. Maybe she went back to her room, I thought. So I looked around the corners, nothing. That's when things got creepy. I heard faint laughter. It was the same little girl's voice, but now it sent a chill down my spine. If it had been daytime and there were people around, I might have thought it was cute. But it was the middle of the night, and I was completely alone. It scared me half to death. I decided it was time to go back to my room. I rushed back to the elevator, hitting the button to go down over and over again. When the doors finally opened, I bolted inside and hit the button for floor 2, where I was staying. As the elevator descended, I heard the girl's voice again. This time, she said, "Let's play tomorrow." I was terrified. I ran straight to my room, dove under the covers, and stayed there for the rest of the night. Maybe the story doesn't sound too scary, but I was only 10 years old, walking through dark, empty halls, and I never told anyone about what happened. Not even Isabella, who I never saw again after leaving the hospital. I also never went near those halls or that elevator again. Since then, I've become a big fan of stairs. Thank God for stairs. This happened 3 years ago, and to this day, that girl's voice still freaks me out. I only went back to that hospital once to visit my aunt. When the nurse told me she was staying on floor 8, I turned right around and left the hospital. I knew I wasn't welcome there, and I had no intention of going back. No amount of money could make me step foot on that floor again. So always listen to the nurses, never wander around late at night, and trust your instincts. God bless you all. I joined the military when I was 16. My father wasn't happy about it, so he took me straight to the recruiter's office and had them tear up the contract. A few months before my 18th birthday, I decided to try again, but this time I kept it a secret. My childhood wasn't bad. I knew my parents loved me, even though we had our disagreements. They just didn't agree with what I wanted from life. Joining the service felt like my chance for a fresh start. My parents were disappointed, my siblings were upset, the church was against it, and none of my friends understood. But I was determined to make a difference. I made it through boot camp on my second try. I had a bit of an attitude and often struggled to keep my mouth shut, but I made it. AT school was easier, and my first assignment was amazing. I was stationed on Coronado Island, California, surrounded by the ocean, SEAL trainees marching day and night, the mess hall right across the street, and the club just 2 blocks down. It was perfect. In just 4 months, I went through about 6 different roommates in the barracks, but I considered myself lucky. My room never had more than 2 or 3 people. Since I worked in the barracks, I took advantage of the system and changed the room numbers, making it look like my room was only set up for 2. I conveniently skipped it during inspection walks, so it became known as the contraband room. Anything illegal during inspections went straight into the large lockers. I had a blacklist and would stash items away until after inspections. The night before the commanding officer's inspection was always hectic. People from all 4 floors lined up for locker space. My roommate was taking notes, and we were busy getting ready for the inspection. After everyone left, we locked up the 2 lockers, joking about what we'd keep as collateral. We were so exhausted that we fell into a deep sleep. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up to my bed shaking. The lights were off, and I could see the hallway light shining under the door. Sleepily, I told my roommate to stop shaking my bed, but then I heard something else. The mirror on the door started rattling, then the first locker, as if someone was trying to open it, even though it was padlocked. Then the second locker, then mine, and finally my roommate's. By the time it reached my roommate's bed, it sounded like someone was lifting the foot of the bed and dropping it back down. My roommate shot up, instantly yelling at me to stop messing with the bed. I had a reputation as a prankster, so I understood why he thought it was me. We sat there, listening as the noise circled the room, ending back at my bed. Then it just stopped. We looked at each other, not saying a word, and jumped out of bed, running for the hallway. We opened the door, standing in the doorway and yelling, "Did anyone feel that earthquake?" We woke up the whole floor, but to our surprise, no one else had felt anything. After a while, we went back to bed. In the morning, we checked the room for damage, but everything looked fine. We headed to breakfast and asked around if anyone felt the earthquake or knew what it might have measured on the Richter scale, since our room had felt like it was shaking apart. The guys on night watch said there hadn't been an earthquake at all. The only real casualty was a gallon of unpasteurized apple cider that had spilled and wouldn't make it to its perfect potency. A few items had shifted and fallen, but nothing was seriously damaged, except for our sleep and peace of mind. What caused all that? Was it a ghost not happy with our contraband room? I may never know since I didn't investigate further. But I do know that our base used to be a former Nazi prison camp, and aerial views show that the enlisted men's barracks were shaped like a swastika. At least they were in 1990 when I was there. I'm losing track of my days. It's already Friday, November 16th, 2007, and that means it's time for my second investigation of the legendary Hotel Ledger, pronounced Lu Jiai, in Mokelumne Hill. The hotel has quite a history. It used to be a courthouse and a jail, and they even had a place out back to hang criminals. This time, I get to spend the night in Room 7, George Ledger's room, which is said to be one of the most haunted in the hotel. Meanwhile, paranormal investigators Shannon, Ms. McCabe, Chris Grissom, and Tim Hawkins are staying in Room 11, the second most haunted room. Chris can only stay for a short while due to work the next day, but Autumn Devich, the hotel manager, has given us an amazing deal. Our rooms are free. Thank you, Autumn. I love this town, which was founded in 1848 during the gold rush. I'm excited to see if I encounter George Ledger's ghost or the famous lady in white who also haunts the hotel. There have even been reports of ghostly children, so let's see what happens. I filled up my car, the Ghost Tracker, with gas, picked up Shannon, Tim, and Chris, and we headed off. I threw on the X-Files theme for them, though they were more focused on complaining about how cramped the car was. Once we arrived, the lobby was bustling with people playing pool, enjoying drinks at the bar, and taking in the historic decor. I introduced myself to the bartender, Jennifer Sanders Metzger, who had been working there for 3 years. She's a clairvoyant, something that runs in her family, so she immediately introduced herself to the hotel's entities. According to Jennifer, the spirits here can be mischievous. Once, while closing the hotel, she saw figures of light from the corner of her eye. Another time, while setting up a table, she noticed the setup had mysteriously vanished after she walked away. She asked the spirits to stop messing with her, and they did. She's also seen a phantom dress swoosh by and even had trouble with doors. Sometimes the spirits would hold the doorknob, making it hard for her to open doors. While Jennifer was busy serving drinks, I met Trey Parker, a regular at the hotel. She calls herself the Princess of Mokelumne Hill and says she's a sensitive, able to feel the presence of spirits. She's lived in town for 2 years, in a house next to the local cemetery, which she says is haunted. Trey shared stories of seeing phantom corpses hanging from the trees behind the hotel and hearing phantom footsteps in her own home. This town has a violent past, as it was involved in the French/Chilean War, and up to 5 people were sometimes murdered daily on the streets. Bob Barnes, a retired colonel, confirmed this part of the town's history. Another regular, Mary McCartney, told me about her own experiences. She felt a cold breeze when opening a door near the old jail and even felt a fluttering in her chest, as if spirits were connected to her family's past in this town. While I was interviewing people, Shannon, Chris, and Tim were busy checking different areas of the hotel, trying to gather EVPs and take digital photos. Shannon was in touch with John Wachter, vice president of HPI, who was leading an investigation elsewhere that evening, and they exchanged notes on any findings. As the night wore on, Trey stopped by my room. As soon as she entered, she felt a heaviness on her chest and had to leave immediately. I didn't feel anything unusual, so I comfortably fell asleep with the warm quilts and soft pillows. Around 3:06 a.m., I heard footsteps coming towards my bed, 5 distinct steps, and then at 4:16 a.m., my bed vibrated slightly. I wasn't sure if it was just noise from another room, or if my bed shook because of something paranormal. In the morning, I checked on Shannon and Tim, and they reported no activity in their room. After a good night's rest, we left the hotel. It's easy to see why this place draws so many visitors. It's full of history, and the hotel is a key part of this town's legacy. On our way home, we stopped at the Oddfellows Cemetery and Sutter Creek City Cemetery, both dating back to 1854. As we drove away, I noticed an unusual number of chemtrails zigzagging in the sky. It caught my attention, but I had to get Shannon and Tim home, so we didn't investigate further. We stopped for breakfast at Denny's in Jackson and talked about our night at the Hotel Ledger. I finally got everyone home and was already preparing for a scouting mission the next day, Saturday, November 17th. I thought about an email I had received from Dana and Jennifer Mirkey, who had visited Hotel Ledger. They captured photos of orbs and even a figure of a woman in an oval mirror in room 8, which was otherwise unremarkable. The stories from that visit were intriguing, and they added to the mystery of the hotel and the town. After the scouting mission, I met with Dana and Jennifer, and we headed to the old historic Broadway Cemetery and the Sail Inn in West Sacramento, trying to capture any paranormal activity. Although we didn't gather any clear evidence that night, it was a productive day. The most interesting part was when we stopped at a haunted house on 22nd and H Street. Jennifer managed to capture photos of orbs, and one even showed a mist leaving a second-floor window. This place, along with several others we visited, left us with plenty of eerie photos and stories to tell. By the end of the day, we had collected so much information and so many pictures. Dana and Jennifer treated me to dinner at the Tower Cafe, which is right next to the Tower Theater, another supposedly haunted location. They took a few photos of the theater before we called it a night. It had been a long but fulfilling weekend of ghost hunting. Now I'm waiting to hear what Shannon has to say about the investigation at Hotel Ledger. In 2003, my family was hit with a tragedy. My eldest sister, Shara, was killed in a car accident. It shattered all of us. Just to give a little background, our family has always been tight-knit. There are 6 siblings, 2 boys and 4 girls. My parents had their hands full, but we were always close. Shara was 12 years older than me, but that age gap meant nothing. We were all best friends. She was the one we would call first, no matter what, whether something exciting, sad, or just plain interesting happened. She was always there, ready to listen, make us laugh when we were down, and defend us when someone wasn't treating us right. She was just an incredible person, always there when we needed her the most. In this case, it felt no different. In the early hours of July 4th, My sister was killed in a single-car accident. It's believed that she had a seizure while driving and crashed into a telephone pole. The accident was reported in the newspaper the next day. When we looked at the photo, something incredible stood out. You could see faces around the car, including what appeared to be Shara's face, as if the picture had captured the moment she was leaving her earthly body. It felt like a small gift from God, offering us some comfort. The days that followed were a whirlwind of activity, making funeral arrangements, receiving food from neighbors and friends, going through old photos, crying, laughing, and simply holding each other close to get through it all. 3 days before the funeral, my mom, some of my aunts, and I were in a small flower shop to pick out an arrangement for her casket. While casually browsing, I suddenly felt a tingling sensation on my left shoulder, as if someone had gently brushed their fingertips across it. Quickly turned, and there she was, Shara. Couldn't believe it. She stood there smiling at me, glowing slightly as if I could see her aura. Her nose had that little crinkle it always did when she smiled from ear to ear. She looked so beautiful, her long hair cascading in curls just like it used to. Her eyes sparkled with what I can only describe as pure joy. In that moment, I realized life hadn't truly left her. She had simply transformed, like a butterfly shedding its cocoon. This was just the first of many visits from her. Sometimes, Shara appears to each of us individually. Other times, she comes to all of us at once. She visits in different ways, through scents, dreams, and sometimes we even see her. It's like heaven wouldn't be complete without family close by. Growing up wasn't easy for me. When I was 5 years old, my family and I rented a house in the San Fernando Valley. It was a nice house, and for the first time I had my own room. On the third night living there, it was bedtime, so I went to my room but left the door open, just in case I wanted to go sleep with my parents. I sat in bed, waiting to feel sleepy, but for some reason, I felt like I had to look at the door. Standing there, right under the doorway, was the figure of a little boy. He was glowing white and just staring at me. I froze. I couldn't scream or run. So, I did the only thing I could think of. I pulled the covers over my head, shut my eyes tight, and held on to the blanket. I must have fallen asleep after a while. The next morning, I ran to my brother's room and woke him up, telling him what I had seen. He said it was just my imagination. When I told my parents, they said the same thing. I was frustrated that no one believed me. I was so scared that I decided I wouldn't sleep in that room again. After that, I shared a room with my brother. Eventually, we rented out that bedroom to a woman and her child, but soon after, we moved to an apartment in Canoga Park. I was relieved to leave the house, but everything wasn't over yet. One night, while lying in my parents' bed with my mom asleep beside me, I woke up and couldn't go back to sleep. As I sat up, I felt like someone was watching me. I looked around and saw a shadowy figure in the corner of the room, a tall man wearing a hat. I froze again, unable to scream or wake my mom. I just pulled the covers over my face and closed my eyes. The next morning, I told my mom about the man I saw. She didn't believe me, of course, but I knew it wasn't my imagination. I knew it was real and that I had seen a ghost. Thankfully, I never saw the tall man again, and nothing strange happened in the room I shared with my brother after that. Then we moved again, this time to an apartment in Laurel Canyon. I was 8 years old then, and I hadn't forgotten what I had experienced. I was sharing a room with my brother again, and for a while nothing happened. But after a few months, when I was alone at home, I started feeling strange, like someone was watching me. I would always look over my shoulder, especially when I was in the hallway or the bathroom. I got so scared that I started leaving the bathroom door open whenever I went in. My mom thought I was just being silly and told me, "There's no such thing as ghosts. If you believe in God, nothing bad will happen." Now, we live in our own house in Palmdale, and that's where most of my paranormal experiences have happened. I've heard strange noises, like footsteps in the hallway, doors opening and closing by themselves, lights turning on and off, and the living room TV switching on when no one's in the room. I've also heard loud bangs on the windows in my room and my parents' room. Once, my brother was in my parents' room watching TV when he heard a loud bang on the window. He jumped up, looked outside, but found nothing. The bangs on my window happened during both the day and the middle of the night. We also saw the chandelier in the living room swinging on its own. Like many teenagers, I spent a lot of time in my room doing homework, listening to music, or reading. I often felt like I wasn't alone. One day, while I was at my desk, I felt like someone was standing behind me. I turned around, but no one was there. Then I felt something touch me. I looked again, nothing. I got up and went to sit on my bed, but the feeling came back, and this time, I felt a small hand on my cheek, like a little child was touching me. It kept happening in my room, but I eventually got used to it. It didn't scare me anymore. After some time, I started hearing a woman's voice saying my name. At first, I thought it was my mom calling for me to help her. But when I asked her what she needed, she'd say, "I didn't call you." It started happening more often, and I couldn't figure out who it was. So I started paying more attention. One day, I was in my room with music on, and I heard the voice again. I turned off the stereo and listened. I heard it again, but this time, it sounded like it was coming from outside my room. I opened the door and looked into the hallway. Nothing. Then I heard it again, but this time, it came from behind me, inside my room. I freaked out and ran to my mom. I told her what happened, and that's when she finally believed me. She told my dad and brother, but they didn't believe me. I was so frustrated that no one else had seen or heard anything. I kept asking myself why these things only happened to me. More time passed and more strange things happened. Once I was taking a shower in my parents' bathroom. I looked through the blurry glass of the sliding shower door and saw a short figure that looked like a little boy. I got scared and looked again, but no one was there, and the bathroom door was locked. The figure seemed to be wearing a blue shirt and jeans with brown hair. I told my mom, and all she said was, "Just believe in God." Later, I figured out that the ghost touching me in my bedroom was a little girl. One day, as I walked through the hallway to the kitchen, I saw her out of the corner of my eye, a little girl in a white dress with light brown curly hair, smiling at me. I smiled back and kept walking. I guess she liked me and stayed in my room because of all my girly things. As for the little boy, I hadn't seen him again until just before Thanksgiving. It was around 8 p.m. I was in the living room and my mom was sitting at the kitchen table. As I turned off the TV, I heard the sound of someone crying. I froze. I wasn't sure if my mom heard it too, so I slowly walked to her. She looked at me and I asked if she heard it. She said yes. We both agreed it sounded like a little boy crying, and it seemed to come from behind me. The woman who used to call my name turned out to be a family member who had passed away. She was watching over me for some reason. I've heard that ghosts come to me because they want help, and I need to try to understand what they're trying to say. So, I guess this won't be the last time I experience something paranormal. I still get scared sometimes, but I enjoy sharing my experiences with others. I always wanted to try the Ouija board. I felt like it might actually work since I've always had a connection with spirits, and the thought of it was spooky. What made it even more interesting was that my friend's parents found the board buried about 4 feet under a house they were remodeling. My friend and I would try using it every time I stayed over at her house, hoping it would work. We'd light candles and do other spiritual stuff, but nothing ever happened, until one night. It was my birthday, and a few of my closest friends were staying the night. I asked my friend Alex to bring the Ouija board over because I thought it might work better with more people. Late at night, we all sat around the board and placed 2 fingers on the pointer. There were 3 of my friends, my sister, my brother, and me. I was the one asking the questions. I asked if anyone wanted to talk to us. After trying for what felt like forever, the pointer moved. It slowly slid to yes. We were all amazed. We never thought it would actually work. None of us could have been moving it, as we all had our fingers on it so lightly. The way it moved didn't feel like us. I asked a lot of questions, and it answered, though I can't remember all of them. Then I asked, "Do I know you?" It said yes. My brother had passed away in 2001, so I thought maybe it was him. I asked, "Is this Kenny?" And it went straight to yes. My siblings started crying. We told it we loved and missed him, and we asked about heaven and other things. Excited, I ran to tell my dad that we were talking to Kenny. My dad never believed in spirits or ghosts, and I wanted to prove to him that it was real. He thought we were moving the pointer, so I told him to ask a question none of us would know the answer to. He asked, "What was the name of the guy you brought home to beat me up?" The board took its time, then spelled out a name. But my dad said it was wrong. We knew we weren't moving it, so we couldn't figure out why it was wrong. Then it hit me we weren't talking to my brother. I wasn't sure if we ever were. I felt betrayed. Whatever was talking to us had lied about being Kenny. I asked, "This isn't Kenny, is it?" And it went straight to no. That really scared us. We asked if it knew any of us, and it said yes. When we asked, "Who?" it spelled out Ashley's name. Ashley asked if it was her grandpa, and the pointer moved to yes quickly. But when we asked how many kids her grandpa had, it gave the wrong answer. I asked, "This isn't her grandpa, is it?" And again, it went to no. I felt a cold chill, and we decided to stop playing with the board at that point. I think whatever we were talking to that night is still in my house. The lights flicker, doors open and close on their own, and my room is the worst. It's always cold, and I've been having terrible nightmares. The lights in my room never seem to work. They break all the time. We even had someone come to fix my ceiling light, but it broke again right after he fixed it. I feel a presence in my house, and sometimes it really scares me. Feels like I'm being watched. I don't know what it is, but it freaks me out. This story took place in the town where I still live. I was 9 years old and had just moved into a new house. Naturally, I wanted to explore the area. I became friends with 2 kids, Bob and Billy, not their real names, and asked them if they wanted to show me the riverbed behind the houses. They agreed. It was rainy season, so the riverbed was partially full of water, but we didn't have any trouble getting through. We headed to the riverbed wearing shorts and t-shirts, hoping to jump into the water. We made our way carefully through the trees and bushes since there were a lot of rattlesnakes down there. We walked pretty far into the riverbed to avoid getting caught, since we weren't allowed to play in the river when it was full of water. Once we got to a spot that seemed safe, we all quickly jumped in, laughing at how we were breaking the rules. Yes, I know, it was childish. As we walked into the riverbed, I got an eerie feeling, like someone was watching us, following us and getting closer with every step toward the river. I tried to brush it off like I'd done with other weird feelings before, but when I finally jumped into the river, I was the last to do so. That eerie feeling turned into something worse, something dark, felt evil. I told Bob and Billy that I wanted to leave, but they kept asking why. I couldn't tell them I felt an evil presence. They'd think I was weird. So I stayed, unable to leave on my own since I didn't know the way back. I tried to ignore the feeling, convincing myself that it was nothing. But that changed when I saw it. Bob and Billy were wrestling in the water while I stood nearby, just watching. I heard something behind me, so I turned to look, but nothing was there. I brushed it off again, thinking maybe it was a rattlesnake. Not the smartest reaction, I know. A moment later, I heard the noise again. This time, when I turned, I saw it. A black figure. It wasn't a shadow, but a solid figure, covered head to toe in black. I couldn't see its face or any details, just a dark, humanoid shape. Panic surged through me. I had no idea who or what this thing was. I screamed and jumped into the river. Why did I jump into the river? I have no idea, it was just instinct. But I was short as a kid, still am, and I couldn't touch the bottom. I kept going under the water, too freaked out to swim properly. And the black figure, it didn't go away. Even when I fell in, it stayed right there, staring at me. Bob and Billy quickly swam over to help me, keeping me from drowning by holding me up. I could still see the figure, though. "What?" they kept asking. I pointed toward the black figure, but when they looked, they saw nothing. "What are you talking about?" they asked, confused. I fell underwater one last time, and when I came back up, the figure was gone. The black figure never moved or did anything threatening. It just stood there, staring at me. I have no idea why I was the only one who could see it, but it terrified me. We all quickly got out of the water and ran back to safety. When Bob and Billy asked me what happened, I didn't want them to think I was crazy, so I lied and said I saw a couple of rattlesnakes that looked ready to bite. They believed me, and we never spoke about it again. I still go down to the riverbed from time to time, though I'm no longer scared. Even though the black figure felt evil, it didn't actually do anything to harm me. I still get that eerie feeling whenever I'm there, but I've never seen the black figure again. About 2 weeks before the end of the school year, my class went on a spiritual retreat. It was one of the last things we would do as a whole class. The retreat took place in an old house built in the 1930s. The house originally belonged to a wealthy family, but after about 30 years, they sold it to a group of nuns, who turned it into a convent. Eventually, the nuns founded a graveyard next to the house. There were plenty of rumors that the house was haunted, but I didn't believe them when we first arrived. The house was big and homey, and I didn't feel anything strange or paranormal about it at all. The retreat began with meditation, and we were encouraged to leave behind all our worries and bad feelings. As we meditated, I heard some odd noises coming from upstairs, but I brushed them off as typical old house sounds. After the meditation, we split into small groups to discuss various topics. Each group went into a different room for privacy, and my group ended up in the only room downstairs. The room had no windows, so the air was still and a little stuffy. About 10 minutes in, all of us started feeling uncomfortable and chilled. We looked at each other, realizing we were all feeling the same thing. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind blew through the room, sending our papers flying everywhere. The breeze seemed to come from the closet, so I opened it up to check for a vent or something that could have caused it. There was nothing, just a few jackets and a hat. We were puzzled but decided to continue our discussion. During lunch, we told everyone about the strange breeze, thinking there had to be a logical explanation. As we were sharing our story, someone from another group spoke up, saying they had experienced something odd too. Like our room, theirs had no windows or airflow. They had been talking when suddenly, the door slammed open, and the room became freezing cold. Intrigued, my friend Kyle and I decided to investigate upstairs. We picked a room and began jokingly asking, "Is there anyone here who wants to show themselves?" Or, "Make a noise if you're here." We were laughing, not taking it seriously at all. Then Kyle said, "Please slam a door if you don't like us being here." Nothing happened, so we left the room. Kyle headed toward the bathroom, and I wandered into the room at the end of the hall, the one where the door had mysteriously opened by itself earlier. As I walked around the room, I started humming softly. Out of nowhere, a strong gust of wind blew through, and the door slammed shut with a bang. Startled, I screamed. I knew it couldn't have been Kyle. He was at the other end of the hall. I ran to the door, yanked it open, and found Kyle staring at me, wide-eyed. Without saying a word, we bolted down the stairs and out the front door into the lunch area. At the end of the retreat, as we were getting ready to leave, I glanced at the living room window. I saw the curtain move, and for a split second, I caught a glimpse of a little girl's face. Then, just as quickly, she was gone. I'm not sure if what I experienced was truly paranormal, but it was definitely interesting. One day, I hope to return to that house and find answers to the many questions I still have. I've been to Thailand and Burma, but I've never had the chance to visit Vietnam, though I flew over Vietnam and Laos on my way to Thailand. One day, I hope to visit Vietnam. Today, Vietnam is a friend to America, and tourists are welcomed with warm hospitality. But my half-brother, Andrew Samprais Soyo, remembers a very different Vietnam. He remembers being an infantryman for the U.S. Army, fighting in the jungles, and the constant dangers surrounding him. The smell of napalm, the sound of helicopter blades, and the sight of friends dying beside him are memories that still haunt him. He once told me a story about a close friend who died next to him after being bitten by a deadly snake. My brother called it the 1-minute snake because, according to him, its venom could kill a person within a minute. When my brother left Vietnam, he carried more than just memories. He brought back malaria. At night, he wakes up in cold sweats, the symptoms of malaria reminding him of the jungle and everything he endured. To him, Vietnam carries painful memories, and the only positives he ever experienced were receiving the Soldier of the Year award and an R&R trip to Thailand. Given the many wars, suffering, and tragedies Vietnam has witnessed, it's no surprise that people believe Vietnam is home to countless ghosts. I recently spoke with a close friend of mine, Thuy Phan, who is 19 years old and full of life. Despite hearing stories about the Vietnam War, to her it feels like an old fable, something she knows about but feels distant from. When I asked her if there were ghosts in Vietnam, her answer was, plenty. Thuy shared stories about the tree ghosts of Vietnam. According to legend, wandering spirits in the countryside need a place to reside, and they often take up residence in the trees. It is said that if someone cuts down a tree without asking the spirits for permission, they will be cursed or suffer bad luck. People in Vietnam typically perform a ceremony to ask the spirits to move to another tree before cutting one down. Former Lieutenant Howard Pierce, who recently visited Vietnam, recounted an experience he had while in the jungles of Bac Ma. He claims to have seen two pale apparitions staring at him from a tree. As he approached, the apparitions vanished before his eyes. Could they have been the tree ghosts Thuy spoke of? Another ghost story that Thuy recalled came from her sister. Thuy's sister and her supervisor were staying in a hotel known to be haunted. One evening, as they discussed the hotel's haunted reputation, her sister's supervisor began walking around the hallways, boldly challenging the spirits by saying, "I don't believe in ghosts. Come out and show me you're here." She repeated it several times. Suddenly, an apparition walked right in front of her, disappearing into another room with a loud sound. After that day, her supervisor became a firm believer in ghosts. There are also stories from the Phuoc Thai province, where 3 tourists claim they encountered the ghost of a soldier. The soldier, wearing a hat flipped up on one side, appeared to be bleeding from his neck, trying to stop the bleeding. They heard him speaking in what sounded like an English or Australian accent, saying, "I need help. Where am I?" As they watched, the soldier slowly faded into a thick tree. Some people who have explored the tunnels of Vietnam have reported seeing moving figures in the tunnels. Could these be the ghosts of the tunnel rats, American servicemen who entered the underground tunnels searching for Viet Cong, VC? Many tunnel rats met tragic deaths, either by poisonous booby traps, including bamboo vipers and venomous krites, or by shrapnel from grenades and bullets from AK-47s. The tunnels were places of death and danger. If you were a soldier in those tunnels, you were facing death. Many soldiers, both VC and Allied, lost their lives in those tunnels, and I believe it's possible that the spirits of those who perished still linger there. Vietnam has seen countless conflicts, and the Vietnam War was just one of them. With so many tragedies and so much suffering, I believe there are many ghosts in Vietnam. I'll never forget walking the bridge over the River Kwai in Thailand. I could feel the pain and suffering that once filled that place, even though I'm not psychic. The deep sense of negativity was overwhelming. So, when Thuy tells me there are ghosts in Vietnam, I believe her. HPI got a call from Margaret Clara Baker, or Mags, who lives in San Juan Bautista. Mags has been living with ghosts, and on June 21, 2008, HPI was set to investigate. Leading the investigation was Holly DeLauder, along with team members Michelle Stump, Jen Baca, Brian Coleman, Scott Young, and myself, Paul Dale Roberts. History of San Juan Bautista. Michelle, our historian, briefed us on the rich and haunted history of San Juan Bautista. The town's roots go back to 1797, when the Spanish built the San Juan Bautista mission. The land had once belonged to the Mutsun tribe, who were hunter-gatherers. By 1930, the last full-blooded Mutsun passed away, and she was buried in the Indian cemetery next to the mission. The town also holds history from the Mexican era. The Castro House, built by Jose Castro of the Mexican Army, later became the property of the Breen family, who survived the Donner Party. Because of its long and diverse history, the town showcases many architectural styles, including Adobe, Spanish, and Italian. Our journey began with a road trip through Northern California, blasting Lynyrd Skynyrd to make the time pass. We made a pit stop at Anderson's Pea Soup in Buellton before continuing on. As we traveled through Pacheco Pass, Holly, who is sensitive to energies, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. This sensation, we later learned, was connected to the tragic history of the area, which had seen many lives lost. Once we arrived in San Juan Bautista, we were greeted by Mags and her boyfriend, Roger L. Miller. Before we began our investigation, we learned that almost everyone in town had some kind of paranormal story to share. It was clear that the town had witnessed plenty of tragedy, including a smallpox outbreak in 1886 that claimed 300 lives. Investigating Mag's house. During the briefing, Mags and Roger shared some eerie occurrences in their home. Doors opened and closed by themselves, sometimes slamming shut. The children in the house had experienced feelings of being watched, particularly at night. The house seemed to have a heavy, oppressive atmosphere at times, with strange knocking noises echoing in response to their own knocks. One chilling encounter involved a dark shadow figure that Mags had seen peeking around the doorway. The house, over 100 years old, had a long history and had been through several changes over the years. As we began our investigation, Holly, who had connected with Mags on a psychic level, felt a male presence in the house that seemed hostile toward Mag's boyfriend. This presence would intensify when her boyfriend was around, and Mags confirmed that the activity often became more aggressive in his presence. Holly also had visions about Mag's youngest daughter, who, unbeknownst to Mags, had been communicating with spirits. After confronting her daughter, Mags learned the truth. Her daughter had indeed been speaking to the spirits in the house. The town's paranormal past. Our next stop was the Cutting Horse Steakhouse and Saloon, a place rich in history and, as we discovered, paranormal activity. The lady in white, a former madame from the town's past, had been seen haunting the stairwell. Some even claimed to have seen her skeletal face with long blonde hair. The restaurant was also rumored to be built over the town's former hangman's tree, adding to the eerie atmosphere. We explored the tunnels beneath the restaurant, which were once connected to the mission but had been blocked off after the 1906 earthquake. While in the tunnel, we couldn't shake the claustrophobic feeling that lingered in the air. San Juan Bautista is a town steeped in haunted history. Stories of phantom stagecoaches, shadow people, and haunted buildings filled our day as we wandered from site to site. At the Posada de San Juan Hotel, people had reported seeing ghostly figures in the lobby, including a man in a black trench coat and hat. Final thoughts. San Juan Bautista left a lasting impression on us. The town is a place where history and the paranormal seem to intertwine at every corner. From Mag's haunted home to the mysterious figures seen at the Cutting Horse Steakhouse, it's a place full of stories waiting to be told. As we drove back home, I couldn't help but reflect on the town's eerie charm and the experiences we had. There's no doubt that the spirits of San Juan Bautista are still very much alive. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Because of the nature of my experience and certain occurrences from my past, I feel the need to provide a little backstory before diving into what happened. I'm still unsure whether this experience was a true haunting tied to the building or something more personal that's followed me throughout my life. Ever since I was a child, I've had strange experiences. My mother recalls catching me several times apparently talking to someone when I was alone in a room. When she asked who I was speaking with, I would reply DD, which was the nickname of my great-grandfather who had passed away while my mother was pregnant with me. As a child, I also had vivid and terrifying nightmares. Sometimes I would wake up in the morning feeling fine, only to learn from my parents that I had woken up in the night screaming hysterically. I never remembered the nightmares, but the emotional toll would stay with me for hours. As I grew older, particularly in my teenage years, these nightmares became more intense. Although I'd forget them the moment I woke up, I would still feel emotionally shaken and confused for hours afterward. Fast forward to about 6 or 7 years ago, I moved into a small one-bedroom apartment in Sacramento, located on the corner of Watt Avenue and Whitney. I can't recall the apartment number off the top of my head, but I could probably dig it up if I needed to. Almost immediately after moving in, I got an eerie, unsettling feeling about the bedroom. Within just a few nights of sleeping there, I began having frequent, disturbing nightmares that jolted me awake multiple times a night, and I also started experiencing episodes of sleep paralysis. During these episodes, I would wake up but be unable to move, feeling completely paralyzed. At times, it felt like there was a presence in the room with me, watching me. I tried to rationalize it by reading up on sleep paralysis, convincing myself that my brain wasn't turning my motor functions back on quickly enough when I woke up. Despite this, the nightmares persisted, becoming so frequent that one night, out of sheer frustration, I moved to the hide-a-bed in the living room to escape them. That night, I slept without incident. For a while, I continued sleeping on the hide-a-bed, free from the nightmares. However, after a few weeks, the discomfort from the couch's bar caused me to develop back pain. Eventually, I would force myself to return to the bedroom only to be plagued by the same disturbing dreams and sleep paralysis. This pattern continued for months, moving to the couch when I couldn't bear the nightmares, only to return to the bedroom when the discomfort from the couch became unbearable. Every time I returned to the bedroom, the nightmares resumed almost instantly. Towards the end of my 6-month stay in the apartment, 2 particularly frightening incidents occurred in that bedroom. The first happened during a dream in which I was sitting with my parents at their home. It was sunny, but suddenly everything went dark, and something seemed to come crashing into the house, causing the roof to collapse on me. I woke up from the dream screaming, only to realize I felt like I had been punched in the nose. Upon touching my face, I noticed I was bleeding slightly. That night, I moved back to the couch for good. The second incident was even more disturbing. I woke up one night lying on my side, and when I tried to roll onto my back, it felt as if someone was lying behind me, wrapping their arms tightly around my torso and pinning my arms to my sides. The force was so strong that it pushed me back onto my side, preventing me from moving. I couldn't tell if I was awake or trapped in another nightmare. After what felt like an eternity, I was finally able to move again, though I was shaken and unsure of what had just happened. Needless to say, when my lease was up, I moved out. Since leaving that apartment, I've had the occasional nightmare, but nothing as intense as what I experienced there. The sleep paralysis episodes have also completely stopped. While I still occasionally notice strange things, they are nowhere near as disturbing as the events in that apartment. In hindsight, the experience became more frustrating than frightening. I was paying for a place I couldn't even sleep comfortably in. While I'm still not sure if the apartment was haunted or if it was something attached to me personally, it's an experience that has stayed with me. In 2002, my husband committed suicide. Our son was just 8 months old at the time. We moved back to California to start over, and I had to live with my parents for a year in their basement until I could get back on my feet. When my son was 18 months old, we finally got our own house. We were both excited. He had his own room, and it felt like a new beginning for both of us. Within the first week, my son, who always slept in his own bed, suddenly insisted on sleeping with me. I thought it was just because of the new house and him not being used to it yet. Over the next few weeks, I tried getting him to sleep in his room again. If I laid down with him, he would fall asleep, but the first time he saw the man in his room, it terrified me. He woke me up one night and told me, "The man in my room won't let me sleep." My heart raced. I immediately thought someone had broken into the house, and I wondered why the dogs hadn't alerted me. I ran to his room and found all 3 of my dogs growling at something I couldn't see. I turned on all the lights and searched the house for this man my son had seen, but there was no one. The only thing I found was the dogs, still growling in my son's room. That night, we slept on the couch with the dogs at our feet. For the next year, my son refused to sleep in his room because the man scared him. The dogs stayed with us every night. There was always a heavy feeling in that house. It's hard to explain, but it felt like the air was thick. The dogs would sometimes bark like they had cornered something. One time, they even charged the sliding glass door from the outside, desperate to get in. When I opened the door, they ran into my son's room and started growling again. My son never slept in his room while we lived in that house. He also had brothers while we were there. He would play with them outside in the sand, and even indoors when it was raining. He told me his 3 brothers wanted me to be their mom too, but they caused a lot of trouble. Things would get broken or moved, and my son would blame his brothers, saying they were trying to get him in trouble. Then he started saying they were mean to him and always got mad at him. I asked him what their names were, but he always said they wouldn't tell him. At that time, he was only 2.5 years old. 2 years later, I remarried, and we moved to a new home. Everything seemed normal for a while, but soon, little things started happening again. My son became afraid to sleep alone, and he was now scared of the dark. The dogs would bark for no reason, and the brothers came back. They caused a lot of stress for my new husband. The ceiling fan in my son's room would sometimes spin slowly backwards, even when it wasn't turned on. I asked my son if he had used something tall, like a broom, to spin it, but he said no, the man did it. The man was back. Now that my son was older, I asked him what the man looked like, and he said, "He looks like a man with brown hair." I often wondered if it could be the spirit of his deceased father trying to contact him. I would talk out loud, asking my husband's spirit to leave our son alone if he was scaring him. If it wasn't him, I asked him to protect our son instead. But I still don't know for sure. Now, our daughter is waking up at night, saying that the man won't let her sleep. My husband doesn't know what to think. He's unsure what to believe. He was raised strictly Catholic, and this kind of thing isn't supposed to happen. I, on the other hand, have always believed in the paranormal. I've smudged the house while I was alone, and things quieted down for a while, but not completely. I still feel like something is here. I ask my spirit guide to help me, guide me, and protect us. The day started like any other. It was raining outside, and my dogs, Pika and T-Rex, were eager for their walk, completely ignoring the weather. Sighing, I had to hold off on their walk because it was time to meet the paranormal group, Gold Rush Ghosts. We gathered at an undisclosed location to discuss the day's upcoming investigations. Yes, investigations, plural, because there were 2 scheduled for today. The first one was at a private residence, which we were instructed to keep confidential. I interviewed one of the occupants, a striking blonde woman with a confident, statuesque presence. She shared some eerie stories about her neighbors, who had previously lived in a haunted house in Red Bluff, California. When they moved to their new home, it seemed like the entities followed them, attached to the objects they brought along. She also told me about strange events happening in her own home, which began about 3.5 months ago. Here's what she shared with me. 1. Her husband, who can't sleep with the lights on, makes sure everything is turned off before bed. Yet one night at 3 a.m., they both woke up to find the kitchen light turned on by itself. 2. While lying in bed alone, her husband heard a woman's voice calling his name just inches from his ear. No one else was home at the time. 3. Their dog often acts strange, chasing something invisible around the house. 4. A mysterious blue light flashed in their bedroom for about 2 seconds, but they couldn't figure out where it came from. 5. A pair of shoes mysteriously appeared on the computer room chair, shoes given to them as a gift by the same neighbors who lived in the haunted house. The activity seemed to start around the same time they received the shoes 3.5 months ago. I couldn't help but joke about selling the shoes as haunted on eBay for $5,000. But I quickly refocused on the investigation. As we set up video cameras around the house, the orb activity started almost immediately. Orbs flew out of the bathroom, moved through doors, hovered, and even followed certain people. We captured many of these orbs on film, including 2 dark orbs that clung to the wall and moved down about a foot before disappearing. There was even an orb sitting on Robert Reppert's shoulder in one picture. Robert also recorded an odd EVP which sounded like rustling, even though nothing around could have made that sound. All the evidence we collected would later be analyzed and shared on the Gold Rush Ghosts website. After wrapping up the investigation at the private residence, we convoyed over to Elk Grove Brewery. Here, we set up cameras to record Nancy Bradley's paranormal show and began interviews with some of the employees. The staff members interviewed were Stacy Honey, Nicole Grogan, Heather Loft, Danica Beardsley, and Keturah Lowe. While Danica and Keturah hadn't experienced anything unusual yet, Heather, Stacy, and Nicole shared various stories. They spoke of hearing a baby crying and feeling strange presences in the kitchen. Some patrons with clairvoyant abilities had also sensed entities in the building. One employee even reported being grabbed at the waist by a strong, invisible hand, which she believed belonged to a male spirit. There were reports of strange creaking noises in the ladies' room, and one of the strangest encounters involved a woman who saw eyes staring at her while in the bathroom. When she fled the room, the eyes seemed to follow her all the way to the bar. Some employees mentioned feeling like they were being watched, while others reported seeing shadowy figures darting around. Nancy, using her psychic abilities, picked up on an entity named Margie. According to Nancy, Margie was about 5 feet 5 inches or 5 feet 7 inches with gray hair tied up in a bun, a cute round face, and sparkling eyes. She described Margie as heavyset and wearing an old-fashioned apron with pink designs. Nancy sensed that Margie came to America by boat at the age of 16 and died at 54, intending to be a handmaid but instead working in the kitchen. One of Margie's specialties was skinning and cooking snakes, which could have been one of her favorite delicacies. Nancy also picked up on the energy of a short man who seemed to follow one of the cooks around. As Nancy concentrated, you could almost see her eyes track the unseen presence she was describing. Meanwhile, the rest of the team continued investigating the upstairs areas and basement. Many orbs were photographed, including one that appeared to split into 2 separate orbs. The EVPs collected were yet to be fully analyzed. At one point, an investigator's fully charged camera battery drained instantly, which could be explained by an entity drawing energy from it. With 2 successful investigations under our belts, I eagerly awaited the final results. Now, I handed over to Robert for his findings. Have you ever had an experience so unexplainable that even after 20 years, you still find yourself revisiting that memory, trying to make sense of it? That's exactly what happened to me, and even now I'm still trying to understand it. It all began when I was 10 years old, in the summer of 1982. My family flew from Pennsylvania to California to visit my aunt and cousins. Up until then, I'd never had any paranormal experiences, and the idea of something strange or supernatural never crossed my mind. The house seemed perfectly normal to me. The room I stayed in belonged to my cousin and had a large clown painted on the wall. At that time, I wasn't scared of clowns. I wasn't a fan either, just indifferent. The lights in the room were controlled by a dimmer switch, where you had to push the switch to turn it on and twist it to adjust the brightness. For some reason, my cousin, brother, and I decided to sleep on the floor that night, even though there was a bed in the room. It must have been a kid thing. I woke up in the middle of the night and noticed something strange. The lights were getting brighter. As I lay there trying to figure out what was going on, the lights started to dim again. This continued, the lights getting brighter, then dimmer. The change wasn't super fast, but it was noticeable. The dimmer switch was by the door, and I expected to see my parents or aunt standing there, maybe checking on us, but the door was closed, and no one was there. I have never been so scared in my life. I was too frightened to wake anyone else up. I just lay there, watching the lights as they flickered from bright to dim, until the room was almost in complete darkness. The worst part was knowing that the clown was painted on the wall, just a few feet away from the dimmer switch. I didn't dare look in that direction. I was certain that if I did, the clown would be staring back at me. It felt like the lights were playing this game for hours, though fear probably made it feel longer than it was. I don't think I ever went back to sleep that night. I was too terrified to move. Even after all these years, I can't find a logical explanation for what happened that night. A malfunctioning light might flicker on and off, but I've never heard of one getting brighter and dimmer like that. I've also questioned whether I was fully awake, but the memory is so vivid, even 25 years later, that it seems unlikely to have been a dream. Ever since that night, I've been absolutely terrified of clowns. Fast forward more than 20 years. I was taking a business trip to California and planned to stay at my aunt's house for a few days before getting to work. I had completely forgotten about that night in 1982. I was exhausted when I arrived, so I went to bed early and fell asleep right away. At 4:30 in the morning, I woke up, wide awake. This always happens when I travel from the East Coast to the West, so I decided to get up and watch some TV. The family room was far from the bedrooms, so I knew I wouldn't disturb anyone. To get there, I had to walk through the den. As soon as I stepped into the den, I froze. I can't explain it, but I had an overwhelming feeling that I shouldn't be in that room. To the right was a couch, and even without looking at it, I felt like something was sitting there. Something that didn't want me there. I admit, I ran through the den into the family room without ever glancing at the couch. Once I reached the family room, everything felt normal again, but I still turned on every light and the TV. As I sat there, I thought back to that first experience all those years ago. I couldn't explain the fear I felt. It was like nothing I had ever experienced before, and I started wondering if that old experience was still affecting me somehow. A few hours later, my aunt came into the living room. We had never talked about anything paranormal, and I wasn't sure what her thoughts were on the subject, but I ended up telling her everything, both about the incident 20 years ago and what had happened that morning. I had never shared the story with anyone before, except my brother. To my surprise, she told me about a vivid dream she had when they first moved into the house. In her dream, there were two people sitting on the couch in the den, but they were just black shapes without any distinct features. Both shapes were holding cigarettes, and she could see the red tips of the cigarettes glowing. I still can't say for sure if what I experienced was just my imagination mixed with faulty lighting, or if there really was something in that house. The second experience, especially, is harder for me to explain because it was based on feelings. Sometimes I wish I had looked at the couch to see if anything was there, but I know that if I could do it over again, I'd probably still run. It's worth noting that I've lived in many different places since then, some of them over 100 years old, and I've never had any other paranormal experiences. Since childhood, there's always been a part of town that brought me peace. It felt like I could be blindfolded, spun around 3 times, driven there in reverse, and still know exactly where I was. That's how strongly I've always been drawn to this place. So imagine my excitement when, after months of apartment hunting, my fiancé found a place he loved, in that exact area. But, as it turned out, our new home wasn't just peaceful. It was haunted. There's a presence here, full of anger and hunger. The calmness I felt in my old home was like soaking in a warm bath. This place, though, feels like being tossed into a bag of cactus needles. Usually, ghosts tend to follow me like lost dogs. If they're scared or confused, they seem to know I'll try to help them. But this one was different. This one didn't want any positive transformation. From the first night, I felt the residual energy of the previous owner and the beings that were attached to this place. Based on past experience, I knew it could take at least 3 months to settle the energies. It's a process, and it usually starts by calming down any destructive forces. By the 3rd night, I realized that wasn't going to happen here. One evening, as I was shutting down the house for the night, I turned off all the lights in the kitchen, dining room, and living room, leaving just a small light on in the master bedroom. As my eyes adjusted to the dark, I noticed a shape, a black mass, darker than the night, standing just 2 feet in front of me. It was about 3 feet tall, with horns or ears and glowing red eyes. I couldn't tell if it had ever been alive, but it was filled with immense rage and a deep, endless sadness. Fear washed over me, but I was mostly disappointed. All the energy work I had done up to that point hadn't made any real difference. I stood my ground, trying to calm myself, imagining that I might still help it transform. But instead, it sent me sharp, angry vibes, then seemed to dissolve into the darkness, moving through it like a fish through water. Its ugliness and my fear of where it might appear next heightened my unease. Why did it hide in the shadows? What did it gain by staying in the dark? How could my fiancé and I build a life together with this heavy negativity hanging over us? Different methods work for different people when it comes to dealing with supernatural negativity. For some, it's placing crosses on the walls or burning herbs. For me, it's meditation and psychic intervention. Through meditation, I learned that this being wasn't purely evil, but power-hungry. It never said it outright, but I could sense it wanted a host, something, or someone to feed off of. I knew my energy work hadn't completely failed. It had made a small difference, but the entity still lingered. It stayed just out of reach, wanting my attention but never fully revealing itself. One evening, as I lay in bed, I saw something from the corner of my eye, an outline of a face across the room. By intruding into my space, I was able to pick up more about it. I realized it was masculine and a shapeshifter. It was powerful, too, resisting my energy work far better than most spirits I've encountered. It hovered at the threshold, simply watching me, relishing its power and my desire to help. It seemed to gloat, enjoying its anonymity. Then came New Year's Eve. I had to work the next morning, so I was hoping my earplugs would help me sleep through the noise of drunken neighbors, fireworks, and gunfire. My fiancé had already gone to bed in another room, He gets up at 4 a.m., so I wasn't upset that he wasn't with me. As the night wore on, the sounds of celebration kept me awake. Fireworks snapping, people laughing. Around 1 a.m., I was lying in bed, petting my cat and thinking about the future when I heard a knock on the open bedroom door. Without even looking, I smiled, assuming it was my fiancé coming to check on me. I waited for him to speak, but there was only silence. I glanced toward the door and saw a strange light in the hallway. It was a whitish-blue color, unlike any light we had in the house. I figured my fiancé was in the bathroom and would be coming in soon, so I didn't think much of it at first. But after several minutes, he still hadn't come in, and the light looked odd. Just as I turned to face the door, the light vanished. Fear surged through me. I got up, shut the door, and locked it. The next day, I asked my fiancé if he had been up during the night, but I already knew the answer. He hadn't. He never knocked on my door. Ironically, I found myself retreating from the light just as the entity retreats from mine. As time passes, I grow more frustrated with its constant hiding and saddened by the overwhelming sorrow it carries. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. A year ago, we discovered that, in 1878, a 15-year-old girl named Sydney Hyde had been murdered in our house. She was stabbed in the back while she slept. After that tragic event, the Hyde family never lived there again. For over a year now, Sydney's spirit has been haunting our home. We moved into the house around Christmas in 2006. After living there for about a month, I started noticing strange things. One night, I couldn't sleep, and I saw the hallway lights flickering. I immediately thought it was my 7-year-old daughter, up in the middle of the night. But when I went to check on her, I saw she was sound asleep in her bed, and the lights were flickering on and off by themselves. Later, my daughter told me something unsettling. One morning, as she was getting ready for school, she noticed the hangers in her changing room sliding back and forth on their own. That's when I realized we needed to deal with this. My husband and I decided to sit in her room one night while she slept, just to see if anything unusual would happen. Suddenly, we heard screaming, loud and coming from all directions. It woke up our daughter, and in a panic, we all ran from the room. The next morning, we called a ghost hunter from nearby Glendale. He came over and told us that he would need to spend the night in our daughter's room to try and communicate with Sydney, to understand what she wanted and how to help her move on. He sat with us, asking questions like, "When did the screaming start?" Or, "Did you notice any smells or cravings?" Sometimes, ghosts can make you crave certain things, like watermelon or lemonade. It all felt surreal, but we answered his questions. Through our conversation, we learned that our daughter was the most sensitive to the ghost. She mentioned that every time she was alone in her room, she would smell a perfume she didn't recognize. Amazed by this, the ghost hunter suggested trying to identify the perfume. He opened his case and had her smell small perfume samples. She shook her head no to most of them until, almost at the end, she sniffed one and said, "That's it." The perfume was a very old French fragrance, Chanel No. 5, dating back to the mid-17th century. We all took turns smelling the sample, trying to memorize the scent, in case the room ever smelled like it again. That same night, we gathered in my daughter's room to see if anything would happen. And then it came again, that terrifying scream, not loud, but deeply unsettling. We stayed with the ghost hunter this time, watching closely. He stood by the bed and shouted, "Are you Sydney Hyde?" The screaming stopped immediately, and the room fell eerily quiet. Then the pillows on the bed shifted slightly. The hunter nodded to us. "You like Chanel No. 5, don't you?" he asked. The clothes hangers screeched along the metal bar, and the scent of the perfume filled the room. Suddenly, the room became ice cold. My daughter ran and hid behind me, terrified. I told the ghost hunter we needed to stop for the night so our daughter could finally get some sleep. She hadn't slept in days. We moved to my bedroom, and I sat with her as she lay in bed. "Mommy, I can't stop thinking about her, about Sydney," she said. I tried to comfort her, insisting she rest, but Sydney was all she could think about. I told my husband we needed to leave the house. We called a hotel, Comfort Suites, and drove there. On the way, my daughter finally fell asleep, too exhausted to stay awake any longer. That night, we all got some much-needed rest. The next morning, we woke up to the sound of sirens. When we returned home, we were shocked. The house was still standing, but everything inside was blackened, charred from a fire. The fire department told us that the oil pipes had been leaking and something caused a spark. The fire was brief, just enough to turn everything inside to charcoal. Fortunately, no one was home when it happened. This story is based on true events that happened to me, my sister Casey, and my friend Sam. It all started when I was in preschool, just after my family moved into an apartment in Alameda. The very first night we moved in, my sister Casey and I started hearing strange things. We both heard music coming from the closet, and at the same time, the sound of rollerblading on the ceiling. A week later, ants started appearing in the bathtub, on the kitchen wall, and in my bedroom closet. Then, on the night of May 1st, while my dad was out to sea and my mom was working the late shift at McDonald's, Casey and I heard fighting in the hallway. Suddenly, we heard a scream and saw two glowing, bloody red eyes. We both screamed and hid under our covers for the rest of the night. A year later, we moved to Concord, but the strange things followed us. About a week after moving in, I heard crying coming from the attic. That's when I realized whatever was haunting us had followed us to the new house. Over time, we saw flashes of lights, doors slamming shut on their own, and people getting hurt. One night, just before we were about to move again, I looked out my bedroom window and saw a man with a knife standing in the backyard. I got up and went outside to see him, but something was strange. Every time I walked towards him, he would back away. He moved towards the fence and then suddenly disappeared. When we moved to Oakley in 1999, things seemed normal at first. But exactly a year later, on May 1st, it all started again. My best friend Sam was sleeping over when we both heard footsteps in the crawlspace beneath the apartment. A year or two later, my sister's friend, Big Sam, was helping me with the dishes when one of the glasses slid across the counter and smashed on the floor. That night, Big Sam and Casey were upstairs while I was downstairs, and the power went out. We heard the sound of heavy boots walking on hardwood floors, even though we had carpet. When we moved to Brentwood, things got worse. There was constant banging and scraping on the windows and walls. My computer would turn on and off by itself, and my bed would shake. It got so bad that I couldn't even sleep in my own room anymore. Then, last night, I couldn't take it anymore. I decided to bless my room, the place where everything seemed to start. As I began the blessing, the lights started to flicker, my TV went crazy, and my computer completely malfunctioned. My bed started shaking, and a wind picked up in the room, blowing papers and clothes around like a mini tornado. Then, everything stopped. The heaviness and fear were gone. I thought I had finally reclaimed my life, but I was wrong. There was still one more ghost left, and that's where part 2 of my story begins. It had been quiet for a year until March 20th, 2007, my birthday. At midnight, just as I was about to fall asleep, something woke me up. I heard knocking on my closet doors. The next day, I called my sister and asked her about it. She told me, "Oh, I forgot to mention, Big Sam and I used a Ouija board. We contacted a girl who was murdered by her ex-boyfriend, and she hates men." At first, I thought it was kind of funny, a ghost that hates guys. But later that night, while I was home alone, things took a turn. I was watching Full House when out of nowhere, my backpack flew across the room and hit me in the head. The hallway lights started flickering, and I heard screaming coming from my room. When I went to check, I got the shock of my life. Objects were flying around the room, my TV was going haywire, and my computer died. In the mirror, I saw the face of a girl with 3 knife cuts across her face. Terrified, I grabbed my blankets and slept in the living room. I stayed there for days. Then, on June 1st, 2007, at school, I was eating lunch when I suddenly tripped, even though my friends were standing 5 feet away. Later that day, during class, I saw smoke coming from the door, but when the teacher checked, there was nothing there. Outside with my classmates, something shoved me, but again, No one was close enough to touch me. Later that night, I was brushing my teeth, and when I tried to open the bathroom door, it wouldn't budge. It was as if someone was holding it shut. When I finally yanked it open, I fell back and hit my head on the sink. Things got worse. On September 5th at 5 a.m., I was getting ready for school when I noticed my backpack was missing. When I found it on my bed, everything was neatly cleaned out except for my homework and binder. On October 1st, I was in bed reading when my light went out. I heard moaning from under my bed, but when I bent down to look, there was nothing there. I tried to get up, but I couldn't move. Felt like something was holding me down. As soon as I started praying, the force lifted, and my light came back on. By November 7th, strange things kept happening. My radio flipped through channels on its own, and I heard footsteps approaching me. The last thing I heard before I ran out of my room was, "Get out." My sister Casey, who lives in Boston now, told me that one night she heard a crashing sound, but when she checked, there was no mess. She later found her doll, which had been on her bed, now sitting on top of the TV. That night, while we were talking on the phone, we both heard a laugh. It wasn't coming from either of us. On November 9th, I saw a strange light coming from my room, even though my lamp was off. When I opened the door, there was a bright flash, and then the light was gone. A few days later, while listening to music on my brother's MP3 player, I heard my grandfather's voice telling me he loved me and missed me, even though he had passed away 3 years earlier. Things have calmed down since, but I know it's not over. Something still lingers, and I'm not sure when it will strike again. The house on Broome Way is a strange one. When HPI, Haunted and Paranormal Investigations International, first learned about it, Shannon sent 2 teams of seasoned investigators who managed to capture 8 EVPs, electronic voice phenomena. Later, Shannon asked me to conduct a second investigation with 2 other investigators. But this time we found nothing, no EVPs, no photographic evidence. The homeowner then asked if we could have a scouting mission at the house, using ghost hunters in training. I ran it by Shannon, and she agreed, thinking it would be a good opportunity for the newbies to practice. At first, I thought the house wasn't haunted. After all, we didn't capture anything during our second visit. But Shannon reminded me that the first investigation had yielded 8 EVPs, so there was definitely activity. That came as a surprise to me. During the scouting mission, something remarkable happened. We conducted a seance, and the results stunned all 15 of the trainees. We heard the sound of a little girl giggling and saying "hi," clear enough for everyone to hear with their own ears. Then we heard a strange ripping sound from the walls, followed by a series of knocks. These eerie occurrences were enough to scare some of the trainees so much that they broke the circle, with a few even crying. Many didn't want to continue the seance after that. Fast forward to March 29th, 2008. At 9 p.m., seasoned paranormal investigators gathered at the Broome residence, including Shannon McCabe, Chris Grissom, Jennifer Baca, Tim Hawkins, John Wachter, Michelle Pakel, Angela Kesty, Donna Reynolds, Kristen Sheely, and myself. We brought all sorts of equipment: temperature gauges, EVP recorders, video cameras, digital cameras, dowsing rods, and sound enhancers. We were ready to document everything that happened during the second seance. After briefing the team on what happened during the first seance, we set up to conduct 3 seance sessions in 2 rooms that seemed to have the most activity. I was excited, thinking we'd capture more evidence this time, and possibly even get it on video. The adrenaline rush that comes with witnessing paranormal activity is what drives me. When you can experience it firsthand, not just through equipment, it's the ultimate thrill. During the seances, we tried to communicate with 2 spirits believed to haunt the home: a man named Harold, who was the former owner, and a little girl whose name is still unknown. During one of the sessions, we clearly heard a little girl's voice coming through a walkie-talkie, singing "la, la, la, la." There were 6 walkie-talkies in the room, all on the same channel, but only one had the voice. At the same time, John Wachter felt something near him, and our temperature gauges detected a cold spot around him. Jennifer Baca saw a small shadow move along the wall, and Shannon noticed unusual orb activity on the TV monitors. After 3 seance sessions, which ran from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., it was time to wrap up. I decided to spend the night in the most haunted room, hoping to capture something on video while I slept. Unfortunately, nothing significant happened. I woke up feeling disappointed, as my adrenaline rush had completely worn off. Despite the lack of results that night, I continue pursuing these investigations because I know the afterlife exists. I've experienced the paranormal with my own senses, and that's what keeps me going. If I hadn't experienced anything, I would have left this line of work long ago. But the thrill of the unknown and the adventure of it all drive me forward. I've always been an adventurer. Maybe it's in my blood. I'm a direct descendant of the Welsh pirate, Captain Bartholomew Black Bart Roberts. Adventure runs in my DNA. That's probably why I thrived in the U.S. Army's Criminal Investigation Division in Germany. I became so well known for my work that the lead agent called me Pork Chops, my code name, and said I was a legend, working undercover as a former soldier turned drug dealer, and sometimes even a pimp. I busted the bad guys with a .45 on my side. I've reinvented myself many times. I joined the Army twice, once in 1973 and again in 1979, when I joined military intelligence and earned the nickname Hollywood. In between, I worked as a professional dancer and even danced 205 hours straight for the Guinness Book of World Records. Later, I became a firefighter, but the one constant has always been my love for adventure. To be a good ghost hunter and ghostwriter, you need 4 things: energy, fearlessness, a sense of adventure, and the ability to be prolific. Most writers take weeks to write an article, but I can whip one out in just a few hours, quickly getting the information out there. The excitement of witnessing the paranormal firsthand is hard to match. I drive to every investigation with fast-paced music blaring in my car, the Ghost Tracker, to pump myself up for the night. The disappointment, though, is equally hard to contain when an investigation doesn't yield results. Michelle Stump has a theory about why the second seance didn't produce the same results as the first. She believes that during the first seance, the fear and energy of the newbies gave the entities something to feed on. But when the seasoned investigators participated in the second seance, there wasn't as much fear, and so the entities didn't have the same energy to draw from. It's just a theory, but it makes sense to me. During a break, Chris Grissom, one of the lead investigators, shared a recent experience he had during a solo mission to a haunted warehouse. He saw a dark mass near some pallets, and it darted through a door that slammed shut, without the door ever physically moving. It was his first time witnessing something paranormal with his own eyes, and you could feel his excitement as he told the story. That's exactly what I'm after. After leaving the Brougham residence, I headed to Stockton to interview a woman named Isu Gown at Starbucks. Isu shared an incredible story about seeing her own doppelganger at an airport. She described locking eyes with a person who looked exactly like her, but her double wasn't surprised, just gave her a glazed look before disappearing into the crowd. It left her feeling odd and shaken. That's the kind of thing that keeps me going. After 80-plus investigations and 3 major paranormal experiences, I'm still chasing that next thrill. Like the Energizer Bunny, I just keep going. I vividly remember the day I had my first paranormal experience. My mom used to leave the house at 4 a.m. for work since her shift started at 5 a.m. That morning was like any other. She told me and my sister goodbye, gave us kisses, and turned off the lights as she left. The house was completely empty except for the 2 of us. I was around 8 years old, and my sister was 17. We had been sleeping for about 30 minutes when all of a sudden, we were startled by a loud, rough noise. It sounded like someone trying to open my mom's bedroom door. Now, this might sound odd, but my mom used to lock her door with a padlock. She didn't trust us kids going through her things. But what we heard was that padlock being jostled violently, like someone was shaking it. I had never felt more scared in my life. My sister and I both shot up, looking at each other in shock, mouths wide open. I even called out, "Mom, is that you?" But deep down, I knew it wasn't. My sister, being braver than I was, got out of bed. I begged her not to, but she walked down the hall toward the noise. She glanced back at me and said she saw the lock moving on its own. But there was no one there. There was nothing we could do. I curled myself into a ball, pulling the covers over my head, just waiting for morning to come. The noises didn't stop. I could hear something rustling the toilet paper in the bathroom, like someone was helping themselves to it. But, of course, no one was there. The next incident happened a few months after that first experience. It was around the same time of night, between 4:30 and 5 a.m. My sister was away in Mexico, so this time, it was just me and my drunk dad at home. I already had this sinking feeling that the ghost would show up again as soon as my mom left for work. This time, I tried to be prepared. I left the lights on, the TV on, and even the front door open. It had gotten so bad that my dad and I were practically sleeping in the living room. Dad was already passed out, sleeping peacefully, while I was either trying to sleep or watching TV. I can't remember which. Then I heard it. Right in front of the bed, I heard footsteps. Not faint, but heavy creaking, like someone walking right in front of me. I blinked and stared at the foot of the bed, but there was no one there, just the sound of footsteps. I was so scared. I tried waking my dad, but he just mumbled something about it being the neighbors. So much for having the lights and TV on for protection. I wasn't the only one in the family who experienced strange things in that house. My mom once told me that when I was about 2 or 3 years old, she felt a cold breeze pass behind her while she was cooking alone in the kitchen. She never knew what it was, but she remembered the eerie chill it left behind. The strange thing is, once I became a teenager and my mom remarried, all of the paranormal activity stopped. The house felt different. The energy changed, and the fear I had known for so long seemed to vanish. But along with it came a new feeling, depression. The fear was gone, but a sadness lingered. Now, as an adult, I'm happy to say that I'm no longer depressed, but something still feels off when I visit that house. Every time I go back to see my mom, I get this overwhelming sense of anger. I don't know if it's her, or something about the house itself, but I always leave quickly whenever that feeling hits. One thing I'll never forget is how cold my mom's bedroom always was. Just thinking about that place brings back a wave of sadness. I've often wondered if the coldness, the energy, and everything else that happened in that house was somehow connected. And while the experiences stopped, the memories never did. One of my first experiences with the paranormal occurred about 10 years ago when I visited my mother's hometown of Mixtlan, Jalisco, Mexico for the second time. On my first trip to Mexico, I had the chance to meet my great-grandmother. She had just turned 100 years old and, sadly, was not in the best health. A few days after meeting her, my great-grandmother was bitten by a venomous spider, fell into a coma, and passed away in my grandmother's house. On the day of her death, I remember the town's doctor coming in to pronounce her dead. The room quickly filled with family members, all gathered around her bed. I was only 7 or 8 at the time, and I had the opportunity to say my final goodbyes to her. That same night, my mother had gone to Guadalajara to get medicine that wasn't available in Mixtlan, so she didn't know about my great-grandmother's passing. An hour after my great-grandmother had passed, my mother returned home, only to be greeted with the heartbreaking news. She was devastated, crying because she hadn't been able to say her last goodbyes. I remember going back into the room with my mother. She went straight to my great-grandmother's bedside and gently grabbed her hand. As she held her hand, my mother whispered in her ear, "Abuela, ya llegó su hija Auralia," meaning, "Grandmother, your daughter Auralia just arrived." At that moment, everyone in the room stood in shock. My great-grandmother moved her arm. My mother was able to give her final farewell, and as she did, my great-grandmother closed her eyes and took her last breath. After that, she finally rested in peace. A few years later, I went on my second trip to Mexico. I was around 10 or 11 years old, and I ended up staying in the same room where my great-grandmother had passed away. Just knowing that I was sleeping in the same room made me uneasy. A week and a half into my stay, I began to feel an unexplained sense of discomfort whenever I was in the room. One night, while I was sleeping alone in that room, something woke me up. I tried to go back to sleep, but then I started hearing noises. At first, they were faint, but as the moments passed, they became more distinct. Knowing that I was alone in the room, the noises terrified me. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to will myself back to sleep, but the noises grew worse. Suddenly, I began to hear heavy breathing coming from my right side. I wasn't sure if it was me breathing heavily from fear or if something else was there. I tried my best to ignore it, but then something happened that confirmed I wasn't alone. Out of nowhere, I felt a strong tug on my blankets. It wasn't just a light pull, it was forceful. As soon as my blankets were pulled, I found myself paralyzed. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream, no matter how much I wanted to. I was stuck in that state for what felt like forever, though it was likely only a few seconds. When I finally regained control, I bolted out of bed and ran straight to my mother's room, waking up my mom, grandmother, and grandfather in a panic. Shaking, I told my grandmother what had happened, but she didn't believe me. I insisted that it was my great-grandmother, but my grandmother's response was, "No one has died in that room." I knew she wasn't being entirely honest with me. I clearly remembered everything that had happened in that room a couple of years earlier. Still, she tried to brush it off, saying I must have had a bad dream. Even though she tried to convince me otherwise, I knew deep down it wasn't just a nightmare. To this day, I still believe it was my great-grandmother trying to communicate with me in a strange, unsettling way. Now, at 21 years old, I've only stayed in that room once more, but I made sure there were 4 other people with me. That experience changed the way I view the paranormal. I have a much deeper respect for it, but at the same time, that night left me with a lingering sense of fear I can't quite shake. It's already been established that I'm somewhat sensitive to spirits, and I've had my fair share of experiences over the years. I have 2 really close friends who happen to be married, and they currently live in his grandmother's house, the same house he grew up in with his parents. When my friend was around 5 or 6 years old, his father passed away in the house, sometime around 1978 to 79. I don't know all the details, but from what I understand, his father lived a rough lifestyle. He was fond of Jack Daniel's whiskey, fried chicken, and lots of cigarettes. Several months ago, my wife and I were visiting my friend's house. We were all standing in the kitchen, which has 2 entryways. One leads to a short hallway, a bathroom, and the living room area, while the other entryway leads to the back part of the house where the bedrooms are. The rear of the house is an addition and has a door that can be opened and shut. This door has a window in it. As we stood in the kitchen having a casual conversation, I happened to glance toward the door that leads to the back part of the house. The door was slightly ajar, and as I looked at the glass, I saw a clear reflection of the kitchen behind me. But what really caught my attention was the reflection of a man walking down the hallway. He was slightly overweight, wearing a white tank top, and though his face looked a bit distorted, everything else about him was clear as day, like looking into a mirror. For a second, I assumed it was one of my friends, but then it hit me. Everyone in the house was accounted for. They were either in the kitchen with me or in the back of the house. No one was in the hallway. I spoke up, describing what I had just seen. Without even flinching, my friend's wife, who is also sensitive to spirits, said, "Yeah, you just saw his dad's ghost." She went on to explain that she sees him all the time, usually in that hallway, and always wearing his white tank top. I thought it was the coolest thing ever. Normally, something like that might creep me out, but knowing that this was my friend's father, and realizing he had probably been there for a long time, I didn't feel any fear. There was nothing malicious about it. It was just a spirit going about his routine, walking down the hallway as he had probably done countless times in life. It was the most vivid spirit I've ever seen, and may ever see. But then again, you never know. I'm just your average single mom with a son who's absolutely fascinated by ships. On our way to Catalina Island, I decided to take him to the Queen Mary for a few days. He already knew a lot about the ship's history, but at the time, neither of us knew anything about the hauntings it's famous for. We were just excited to be on board a piece of history and soak in the old-world atmosphere. There weren't many people staying on the ship during our visit, so we were booked in the middle of the second deck. After a full day of exploring, we were both exhausted. However, throughout the ship, I kept feeling strange, lightheaded, weak in the knees. It almost felt like the ship was moving, but when I asked the staff, they assured me the Queen Mary hasn't moved in years. The first night, strange things started happening. I had to get up several times because the water in the bathroom kept turning on by itself. I figured it was just old plumbing. We had left the porthole open to enjoy the sea air, but at least 5 times during the night, it slammed shut. The odd thing was, the porthole opens inward, and it's heavy, so there was no breeze in the room that could have caused it to close. Each time, I would get up and open it again, trying to ignore how strange it felt. Then, around 2 a.m., I started hearing noise coming from the room across the hall. It sounded like a large group of people had arrived. I could hear old-fashioned music, glasses clinking like they were toasting, and the lively chatter of people enjoying themselves. They were loud, and between the noise and the strange happenings in our room, I barely got any sleep. The next morning, before heading to breakfast, I went to the front desk to ask if we could be moved due to our noisy neighbors. After checking, the staff informed me that we didn't have any neighbors. The closest occupied room was 5 rooms down the hall. Frustrated and confused, I just left and took my son to breakfast. Later that day, we went on a tour of the ship. As we walked through various parts, I suddenly found myself grabbing onto my spindly 10-year-old's shoulder as if he could hold me up. Out of nowhere, I felt as weak as a kitten, like my legs had turned to jelly. When we reached the metal bridge over the boiler room, I couldn't even cross. I sat down in the middle of the crowded tour group, my legs refusing to move. My son ran over to check on me, and I had to be helped across the walkway. One moment I'd be fine, enjoying the tour, and the next, I'd be overwhelmed by this intense weakness, forcing me to sit down. I kept trying to justify everything. The ship was old, the plumbing was outdated, and maybe the front desk staff didn't fully understand me when I mentioned our noisy neighbors. It wasn't until we were leaving that I stumbled upon a book in the gift shop called The Haunting of the Queen Mary. I flipped through a few pages, reading some of the stories, and suddenly, the hair on my arms stood up. Only then did I realize that what we experienced wasn't just the quirks of an old ship. The strange occurrences, the noises, the unexplained weakness. It all started to make sense. I was relieved that we were leaving because if I had known about the hauntings beforehand, I definitely wouldn't have been so calm. My son had a fantastic time, and aside from a few odd things, so did I. But looking back, there were definitely weird things that happened, and I'm sure they continue to happen on that ship. Ghostly phenomenon. The 1950s haunting of the Long family in Inglewood, California, 1956 to 1960. There were several paranormal events that occurred to me and my family back in the 1950s when I was a boy. These eerie occurrences have stayed with me throughout my life, shaping my belief in the spirit world. The first event I remember happened when I was just 4 years old, during Christmas time in 1951, while we were living in Renton, Washington, near Seattle. It was my first encounter with something unexplainable, a fire demon. It was the middle of the night, and I had woken up to use the bathroom. The house was completely dark except for the soft orange glow from the fire burning in the old pot-bellied stove in the living room down the hall from my bedroom. As I approached the bathroom, something bright caught the corner of my eye. I turned to look toward the stove and, to my horror, a being made of fire, about 3 to 4 feet tall, shot out of the stove and began dancing across the room. The thing had flames for a body and large, fiery red eyes. I was terrified and wet my pants. I ran to my parents' bedroom, crying. My mother, noticing I was wet and shaken, got up to help me while my father rolled over and went back to sleep. I refused to go back into the hallway that night, and my mother had to change me in her room while I hid under the blankets. I never saw anything quite like that again, not even the ghost that appeared to me later in 1958. In 1956, we moved to a house in Inglewood, California, in the suburb of Lenox at 10130 Condon Avenue. This house, too, turned out to be haunted. Over the next 3 years, my entire family experienced all sorts of ghostly and poltergeist phenomena in that house. The strange occurrences began soon after we moved in. At first, it was minor, but it quickly escalated. All 4 of us kids, me, my sister, and my 2 younger brothers, shared a room with U.S. Army surplus bunk beds on each side of the room. One night, after the whole family had gone to bed, I heard scratching sounds coming from underneath my bed. It was as if fingernails were dragging across the wood frames of my mattress box springs. It scared me senseless. Soon, the scratching would move to other parts of the room, under my siblings' beds or on the walls. Sometimes, These noises were accompanied by knocks or raps on the floor or walls. While the noises weren't a nightly occurrence, they happened frequently enough to terrify us. My younger brothers would often cry in fear. In 1957, the activity escalated. Our house had old hardwood floors, and we began to hear the distinct sounds of feet shuffling on the floor at night, long after we had all gone to bed. It wasn't just the sound of walking. These footsteps were different, like those of an elderly person dragging their feet across the floor. The swishing sound as the footsteps moved around the house was chilling. We never saw anything, but the sounds were undeniable. The ghostly feet moved through the house, and on one occasion, I recall hearing them enter our bedroom. The door opened by itself, and though I could see down the hallway to my parents' closed bedroom door, there was no one there. Our family cat, Snowball, who was sleeping at the foot of my bed, suddenly jumped up, arched her back, and hissed in the direction of the footsteps. Then, something struck the foot of my bed with a loud clang. Snowball bolted, and we were left screaming for our parents. My mother admitted to hearing the footsteps as well, but there was little comfort in knowing that she, too, believed the house was haunted. On another night, the ghostly footsteps seemed to retreat back down the hallway. Moments later, the closet door opened by itself, and my dad's basketball fell from the top shelf and began bouncing by itself, as if dribbling. My dad rushed down the hall, grabbed the ball in midair, and turned on the lights. As always, nothing was there, but we were left frightened and trembling in our beds. In April 1958, my brother and I saw a ghost in broad daylight, the same ghost at the same time. It was a tall, thin, gaunt old woman in a white lace wedding dress. We had been chasing each other around the dog run behind the garage when we looked inside the shed and saw her standing by an old steamer trunk, staring out at us with cold, dark eyes. We ran away screaming. We later learned from a relative of Mrs. Dillon, the previous owner, that the steamer trunk in the shed contained her white lace wedding dress. Mrs. Dillon had died in that house in 1955 at the age of 77, and the face of the ghost we saw matched the photograph of her. Poltergeist activity in the house continued. Objects would move on their own. Cups, saucers, and salt shakers would slide across the table, and things my mother had placed on the dining table would inexplicably return to the kitchen. One time, an ink pen flew past my face and embedded itself in the wall. In 1959, our family moved to another house in Inglewood's Lenox district, but the paranormal events followed us. In the new house, I experienced strange things like covers being pulled off me while I slept. Most of the activity, however, occurred in my sister's room, where she was often pinned down by a heavy, suffocating entity. The entity had a terrible smell and labored breathing, and it seemed to press her down into her bed until she screamed. One of the most bizarre phenomena involved black walnuts. We had a large walnut tree behind the house, and while it was common to hear the walnuts falling on the roof, what was unusual was finding them in neat piles in my sister's room, or watching them roll down the walls from the ceiling by themselves. The hauntings in the second house continued until we moved to Norwalk in 1960. The paranormal activity then abruptly stopped, leaving us with memories of the unexplainable events we had witnessed for 4 years. Looking back, these experiences shaped my belief in the spirit world. I have no doubt that there is more to this world than what we can see, and while the memories of those events are chilling, they also serve as a reminder of the spiritual realm that exists alongside our own. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. In 1997, I had just moved into a new apartment with my 2-week-old baby girl. I was going through a difficult time. Only a couple of months before, I had separated from my husband. We had been married for just 9 months, and I was 7 months pregnant at the time of our separation. I had undergone a C-section, and moving around was tough. To make things easier, I kept a thermos of warm water, a can of formula, and snacks on my nightstand next to the bed. My baby's bassinet was right beside me, and since I didn't have a car or anyone to call for help, I was living on whatever snacks I had available. I'd been in the apartment for only 2 or 3 days when one morning, around 6 a.m., I woke to my baby fussing, needing to be fed. I made her a bottle, picked her up, and fed her as usual. but something felt wrong. I was exhausted, achy all over, and barely had the strength to put her back in the bassinet. I felt freezing cold, shivering uncontrollably, and realized I had a high fever. Something was very wrong, likely an infection from the C-section. Took everything I had just to get out of bed. Still wrapped in my blanket, I stumbled into the bathroom, turned on the hot water, and stepped in with my clothes and blankets still on. The next thing I remember, I passed out, only to wake up later with the water still running. Soaking wet and weak, I crawled back to bed. I left the blanket in the shower, and I didn't even have the energy to grab a dry one or change out of my wet clothes. I was in so much pain that I thought I was going to die. I vividly remember thinking, this is it. I worried that my baby would starve because no one knew where we were. The door was deadbolt, and I didn't even have a phone. I tried to get up and call for help, but I was too weak. As I began to drift in and out of consciousness, something strange happened. I felt a blanket being gently pulled over me, and someone softly brushed my hair back from my face and patted my head. I tried to open my eyes and speak, but I was too exhausted. In my half-conscious state, I heard my baby starting to fuss, followed by a soft, calming whisper from a woman's voice and the familiar sound of the bassinet rocking. When I finally woke up, I felt disoriented and confused. I had no idea how much time had passed. My heart froze as I thought about my baby. I was terrified to turn and look, fearing the worst, that she might not have survived. Summoning all my strength, I reached out and touched her, and to my relief, she was breathing. She was alive, perfectly fine. I glanced at the clock. It was 5:45 a.m. I had been out for almost 24 hours. A few minutes later, my baby woke up, hungry but otherwise healthy. I was overwhelmed with relief, but also confusion. Who had been there with us? Who had tended to me and rocked my baby while I was unconscious? This past weekend, as my mother and I sat down for breakfast together, my grandmother called with unsettling news. My Aunt Alicia had fallen ill. Apparently, the entity in her house in Lamont, California, had frightened her so severely that it made her physically sick. I could only hear my mother's side of the conversation, but that alone gave me goosebumps. When my mother hung up, she told me what had happened. A few days earlier, Aunt Alicia had woken up early to prepare my Uncle Ray's lunch before he left for work. After he left, she sat down on the couch to rest for a moment. That's when she realized something invisible had sat down beside her. Terrified, she glanced over and saw the distinct impression of a figure on the couch. The presence was unmistakable. The fear hit her so hard that she immediately became ill. In desperation, she called my grandmother, who attends church daily, to help her contact a priest for a house blessing. I couldn't believe there was paranormal activity in my own family. I was torn between being concerned for my aunt's health and feeling an odd excitement at the thought of ghost hunting at her house. I begged my mother for every detail she knew. She explained that this wasn't the first strange occurrence at Aunt Alicia's house. Over the years, they had repeatedly heard strange noises coming from the kitchen, like someone struggling to open a window, climbing through, and stumbling onto the floor. Each time, they found no sign of anyone breaking in. Not too long ago, my aunt hosted a family party. Everyone was dancing and enjoying the music when, all of a sudden, the stereo shut off. They tried everything to fix it, but it was completely dead. My quick-witted father joked that the entity must have gotten tired of the loud music and wanted us to leave. My mother, frustrated, started cursing at it for ruining the party. They brought out a second stereo and plugged it in, but soon enough that one stopped working too. The rhythm turned sour again when the third stereo also failed. With no more stereos left, the party was officially over. Even more unsettling was an encounter my cousin Michael had with the entity. One night, as he lay in bed, the entity jumped on him. He fought with it, physically struggling, and somehow managed to throw it off. I'm usually inclined to explain things like this with sleep paralysis, but the fact that he could move during the encounter makes me think this was something different, something real. Later that day, my father called Aunt Alicia to hear the details of her latest encounter firsthand. To our surprise, she denied the entire event had ever happened. My father pressed her, reminding her of something Uncle Ray had mentioned. Ray told me that when the ground was being excavated to add the new addition to your house, 2 boxes were found. One small box contained some rings, which you later pawned. The other box was larger, and fearing it could be a coffin, you both decided to leave it undisturbed and poured the foundation over it. I could hear Aunt Alicia through the speakerphone as my father spoke. She denied the story about the boxes, but acknowledged the previous encounters. The noises from the window, the stereo issues, and the party disruption. She admitted that there was an entity in the house causing minor mischief, but claimed it had never harmed anyone and, so far, had remained relatively harmless to the family. This past weekend was packed with paranormal experiences, starting with the incident involving my Aunt Alicia. See Aunt Alicia's Couch Buddy. That event opened the floodgates, and as family members visited from the same area where my aunt lives, about an hour and a half from me, they began sharing their own encounters. 2 stories in particular stood out. First-hand experiences from my cousin Elvis and his brother-in-law, Diego. My cousin Elvis currently works as a night shift janitor at a local high school near Bakersfield, California, a high school he once attended as a student. According to local legend, the school was built over an old cemetery, which only adds to the eerie atmosphere. His encounters range from disembodied voices to auditorium seats flipping up and down on their own, and the unmistakable sound of movement in empty hallways. One night, after finishing up his work in the gym, Elvis opened the door to leave and set the security alarm. As he did, he heard someone shout, "Hey!" He assumed it was his night shift partner and replied, "Yeah, I'm in the gym." But when he stepped into the hallway, it was empty. He called out again but got no response. Confused and a little shaken, Elvis hurried to set the alarm and left the gym, making a beeline to find his partner. He found him at the other end of the school, and his partner swore he hadn't been playing any tricks. Given that the security alarms throughout the building were all set, it couldn't have been anyone else. In the auditorium, Elvis often hears the sound of seats flipping up and down, like in a movie theater. Sometimes he even hears laughter and the faint shuffle of students moving through the halls, though, of course, the school is completely empty. His night shift partner had his own terrifying experience when he was alone in the cafeteria. While he was cleaning, the microwave turned itself on. The most unnerving part? It wasn't a digital microwave, it had a manual knob that had to be physically turned to set the time. There was no way it could have been a simple electrical glitch. Both janitors agree that the paranormal activity tends to spike between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m., and Elvis is grateful that his shift ends at 2 a.m. Adding to the unsettling vibe around the school, there's a local legend about a haunted road just across the street. They say that a female hitchhiking ghost haunts the area. If you see her walking and don't offer her a ride, she curses you, and it's said you're likely to get into a car accident soon after. The road has been the site of many fatal accidents, including one that took the life of my childhood best friend's mother. The second story, told by Diego, took place on Mountain View Road near Lamont, California. It's a desolate stretch bordered by citrus groves and grapevines, and at night, it's downright creepy. This road has its own dark history of paranormal encounters and fatal accidents. In fact, Diego himself survived a horrible accident on this road a couple of years ago when his car was T-boned twice in the same collision. However, his encounter with the paranormal happened several years earlier. He was riding as a passenger in a car with a friend, coming back from Bakersfield late one night, around 3 a.m. As they drove along Mountain View Road, they noticed a white light hovering above the road ahead of them. At first, they couldn't tell whether it was stationary or if they were moving toward it, or if it was coming toward them. As they approached, they slowed down, but just before reaching the light, it extinguished itself. What remained was the figure of a white lady, enveloped in a glowing mist, standing directly in their path. Terrified, Diego's friend hit the gas, speeding up to get away. Diego buried his head in his arms, bracing for an impact that never came. After a few moments, he looked over his shoulder to check the rearview window. The white lady hadn't been run over. Instead, she was now sitting in the back seat, staring blankly ahead. Panicked, Diego shouted at his friend. When his friend glanced over his shoulder and saw her too, Both of them screamed. When they looked back again, she had vanished. I listened patiently as Diego finished his story. I was tempted to dismiss it with, "Come on, Diego, the white lady? That's such a cliché." But he wasn't joking. He firmly believed in what he and his friend had seen that night. I pressed him for more details. What did she look like? He described her as an old woman with long white hair, a pale face, and a flowing white dress. I asked if he had been drinking that night, but he swore they hadn't had a drop of alcohol. Between Elvis's eerie encounters at the high school and Diego's terrifying experience on Mountain View Road, it became clear that my family had their fair share of brushes with the paranormal over the weekend. After our trip to Brookdale Lodge, I came across an advertisement for a night at Preston Castle in Ione, a former boys' reformatory near Sacramento. Even better, it was for Saturday, August 16th, a full moon. Oh yeah, and when my husband David, the original skeptic, actually wanted to go, I couldn't wait. Add in a booking at the haunted Ione Hotel for the Friday night before, and I was counting the days. By August 15th, I was packed and ready to go. Actually, I'd been packed since Wednesday. Joining us was our friend Julie, a British nurse with solid common sense. Perfect for a weekend like this. We checked into rooms 13 and 7. Perfect numbers, right? We joked about the entertainment fees, whether it was for the drunks in the bar or the ghosts in the rooms. The Ione Hotel was rich in history and polished wood, its main staircase straight out of a Hitchcock film. The long, dark hallways lined with transoms seemed to whisper ancient secrets. Cue spooky narrator. It was a dark, dreary night. Anyway, back to the rooms. Ours, room 13, was reportedly one of the most active. While David was finalizing check-in, I scampered up to the room, stood at the door, mentally said hello, and placed my hand just inside the frame. Close, but not touching the door. I felt energy, like static electricity. When we opened the door and walked in, the room was small, neat, and clean, but the air felt heavy, almost suffocating. My chest tightened. Later, as I was getting ready to meet Julie for a little snooping around, I stood in the doorway, holding a drink, chatting with David, who was relaxing with his book. I felt a gentle tug on my hand in the doorway, like Julie was pulling me along. But when I turned around, there was no one there. I found Julie unpacking in her own room. Cool. That night, Julie went to bed early, but I wasn't ready to call it a night just yet. I spotted two of Ione's finest officers chatting with the bartender in the lobby. I asked if they had any stories about the hotel or the nearby castle, and Officer Jeffrey Arnold didn't disappoint. He recently had been in the hotel's basement with several others when they distinctly heard a voice cry out, "Help me!" He immediately searched for the source, but no one was there. After that, he admitted he wasn't as much of a skeptic as before. Out on the back veranda, I took a quiet moment to absorb the hotel's spirit, listening to the soothing night sounds. Then, after a few minutes, I noticed a change. It was as if the entire hotel brightened, but not with actual light. More like a mood shift, a quiet smile. I laughed when I saw the time, 12:03, the witching hour. The next morning, after a long and undisturbed sleep, I quietly left our room, leaving the door ajar so as not to wake David. I grabbed my coffee and sat out on the back veranda, enjoying the early morning silence. I left the veranda door unlatched just in case. I didn't want to end up locked out in my skimpy clothes, knocking on the hotel door at this hour. Then, the veranda door swung open. I looked over and it closed again. I stood up and walked toward it, asking, "What's up?" Silence. I headed back to my table, but just as I was about to get more coffee, the door creaked open again. This time only a few inches. It froze the moment I looked. It was like dealing with a sneaky, playful child who stops as soon as you catch them. I laughed and went to wake David. When I returned, the door remained still. David joked that the activity always stopped when he was around. Later that morning, I tapped on Julie's door. She groggily let me in, looking exhausted. She told me about her night. At 5 a.m., she woke to the sound of a band practicing in the saloon. Complete with a trumpet, she got dressed, went downstairs, and saw a man sitting in the lobby in a tank top. "Do they always play music at this hour?" she asked him. He replied, "They'll be wrapping it up soon." Relieved, she went back to bed once the music stopped. But then, at 7 a.m., music blared again. Frustrated, she dressed and stormed down to the lobby, but this time, no one was there. The saloon was locked, and no one answered her pounding on the doors. The music abruptly stopped at the end of the song, leaving her both tired and confused. When we spoke to the clerk, Jennifer, about it, she apologized to Julie, saying she'd speak with the saloon manager. But Jennifer insisted there was no band in the saloon that night. Julie described the man she'd seen in the lobby, but Jennifer, who knew all the regulars, had no idea who he could have been. I remembered how the veranda doors had all been locked up tight when I went out for coffee earlier. Before leaving, I overheard the manager mutter under his breath, "Here we go again." Of course, we had booked the haunted room, but Julie ended up getting the real haunting. Before we left, I spoke with Jennifer again, who shared a few of her own hair-raising stories. She confirmed that room 13 was infamous for doors opening and closing on their own. "Gee, thanks for the heads up. 2 months ago, we made arrangements to join the slumber party at Preston Castle, a former boys' reformatory from the late 1800s that's now in a state of severe disrepair. Finally, the full moon weekend arrived and we were there. 14 of us, mostly strangers, set up our makeshift beds in 2 rooms before gathering on the front steps to chat. Snacks and drinks were supposed to be served in the basement, where there was electricity. But, as if on cue, the lights decided not to work at all. Perfect timing. It was a night straight out of a horror movie. A full moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie glow, while mackerel clouds drifted lazily across it. As twilight fell, bats started flying out of the castle towers, a hauntingly classic sight. Then, white owls appeared, their wings shimmering in the moonlight as they glided effortlessly in and out of windows and over our heads, like ghostly sentinels. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and the imposing castle, with its silent windows and dark history, watched us like an ancient guardian as we prepared to explore its hidden corners. It was enough to send your pulse racing. A few of us headed to a large room on the 2nd floor, a 2-story high space with a dark timbered ceiling that I dubbed the Dark Dorm. I tried using Julie's wands for some spirit communication, but they only left me confused. In Julie's hands, however, they went wild. Meanwhile, David experienced his first true hair-raising moment near the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. Every time he got close, his arm hair stood on end with solid goosebumps. Julie and another woman, Ruth, had been in the nurse's station in the infirmary, where they got odd responses in one area and sharp, clear answers in another. Meanwhile, David and I spent a lot of time outside, quietly absorbing the castle's presence. I could tell David was amazed, trying to stay open to the experience while holding on to his logical, skeptical side. Later, I found myself sitting in the infirmary, with my back against the wall, holding the wands again. The session was strange. The wands crossed in response to some questions, while they went haywire during others. It felt like we were being played with, getting only a few clear answers. I ended the session abruptly when something or someone touched the back of my neck. I hate being touched by unseen hands. The 2 people with me were facing me and could only see the wall. There was no one else around. Listening to the EVP the next day was even weirder. My voice sounded slow and slurred, almost as if I were drunk. It was truly odd. But the worst event happened in the library. David and I headed back to the 2nd floor. I felt an urge to revisit the library and peek into the destroyed 3rd and 4th floors through the gaping ceilings. But as soon as we entered the room, that urge evaporated. David walked toward the front windows, while I stopped halfway in. Bats darted and swooped around us, tiny little creatures that I initially mistook for moths. Silly me. I guess I'd been expecting massive wingspans. Then I heard it, a sound so clear, but one I couldn't quite place. I turned toward the door, expecting to see one of the other ghost hunters walking down the hallway from the right and past the library. But the sound didn't come from the hallway, it was right in front of the doorway. And yet no one was there. That's when I lost it. I rushed over to David and grabbed his arm. His goosebumps were back, and I could see the hair on his arms standing up again. We left the room immediately. I wouldn't step into that hallway until I'd peeked in both directions with a flashlight. I was still struggling to describe the sound. A rapid, rhythmic noise, like a rocking chair creaking or the deliberate steps of someone walking heel to toe in heavy shoes. We bolted down the main staircase and out onto the porch, where we counted 12 people. Everyone was accounted for. What an incredible, shiver-inducing night. I've always been what some might call sensitive to things that most people aren't aware of. My mom used to tell me that when I was young, I would talk to someone in my room or giggle as if playing with someone else, even though no one was there. I don't remember much of that, but as I've gotten older, I'm 24 now, things have escalated, and now I'm wondering if I'm in some kind of danger. Even as a child, I hated walking in the dark, indoors or out, because I always had this unsettling feeling that someone was following me. It wasn't fear of the dark itself, just an intense discomfort. Every time it happens, my stomach twists, my throat tightens, and a cold sweat breaks out across my face. This still happens 3 to 4 times a week when I'm in the dark, so I usually make sure to have some sort of light with me. The first direct experience I can clearly remember happened when I was 19. I was sleeping at my parents' house and woke up because I felt someone touch my face. I rolled over and saw a small, black figure at the corner of my bed near my head. It was shaped like a basketball and about the same size. As I looked at it, it jumped off the bed so forcefully that it pushed the bed into the headboard, knocking items off of it. I screamed in terror. My parents rushed in, but of course nothing was there. My dad told me I was having a nightmare, but I knew the bed had moved, and the headboard was a mess. Last year, I started having nightmares, vague, disturbing dreams that left me waking up drenched in sweat, my heart racing. Most of the time, I couldn't remember the details, but the panic lingered. It only happened a few times a month, but still enough to be unsettling. In July, I moved into my own apartment in Elk Grove, California. It was a quiet one-bedroom, and I lived alone. Like most people my age, I always kept my cell phone nearby, usually on my nightstand, and used it as my alarm. But every single time my alarm went off while my phone was on the nightstand, I'd hear a terrifying scream in my ear the moment I rolled over to turn it off. It was gut-wrenching, sending chills down my spine. I'd leap out of bed, rush to the light switch, and stand there, heart pounding. To stop the screams, I started keeping my phone on the bed instead. Since then, I haven't had the problem. In March, a good friend needed a place to stay, so I upgraded to a 2-bedroom apartment so she could move in. Since we moved, things have gotten much worse. My roommate has a dog, and the dog often sits and stares at odd spots in my room or the living room. Whenever she comes into my room, she always stares at the same corner near the ceiling and growls. I've woken up several times covered in cold sweat, even crying, and strange marks have started appearing on my body. They look like scratch marks, but they don't break the skin, almost like bruises. The most recent ones were 2 thin, 2-inch scratches on my right shoulder. They appeared yesterday, and I have no idea where they came from. Every time I've gotten these marks, I don't remember feeling any pain or doing anything that would explain them. Today, I came home and found my closet light on, which was odd because I hadn't gone into my closet before leaving. I went to my bathroom to take a shower. The last time I'd been in there, I had taken a bubble bath. When I turned the water on, it was already set to shower mode, which was strange. Later, as I lay down to sleep, I heard something move near my bed. I assumed the dog had wandered into my room since it's usually the coolest spot in the house. But just as I was dozing off, my bed began to shake. Panicked, I jumped up, ran to the door, and flipped the light on. That's when I realized the door was closed. The dog hadn't been in my room. When I opened the door, the dog was outside, growling and staring into my room. I asked my roommate if she had been in my room or if anyone else had. She said no, trying to explain the light and the shower. Then I told her about my bed shaking, and she froze. She told me that while I had been out of town for the weekend, she heard banging and knocking coming from my room. When she came out of her room, she saw light coming from under my door, even though no lights should have been on. She described the noise as if someone were jiggling a door, trying to open it. I haven't gone back into my room since, and neither will she. The dog is now lying between me and the door to my bedroom, staring at it. At one point, she pressed her nose hard against the door, snorting. She barked once, growled, and then positioned herself between me and the door again. From what I've read, spirits are usually tied to locations, not people. But now I'm not so sure. I can't sleep in my own room, and I don't know what to do next. My father was a practical man, one who faced life head-on, always doing the best with what came his way, or working tirelessly to change it to his liking. When he passed away, he moved on immediately. He wasn't at his funeral, the wake, or even at the place where he died. It was as if he had simply moved on, just like that. Growing up, my dad and I were close, but as I became an adult, we grew even closer, best friends. We called each other every weekend without fail. When he died, everything changed. I had a friend, Jeff, who lived next door when we were kids. He taught me how to drink and swear, but he also adopted the role of big brother and protector. Somehow, he always knew when something was wrong. Even years later, as adults, if I was stressed or upset, he'd show up unannounced, as if he sensed it. It was the first Thursday in April, 1986. I've never known the exact date and still don't want to. I was sewing the last stitches on a blouse I'd planned to wear for a visit to Dad's ranch that weekend. It was about 1 in the afternoon, and my husband, Dan, was at work. For some unknown reason, I got up from the kitchen table and called Dad. Thursdays weren't our usual day to talk, but I dialed anyway. His wife answered, saying Dad was down in the lower pasture on the tractor and should be up for lunch soon, as he was already late. Something that was unheard of for him. Then she said, "Oh, I heard the tractor stop. Do you want to wait?" I said, "No, just tell him I love him, and I'll talk to him later." As I hung up, I thought that was an odd thing for me to say. Normally, I wouldn't have shared something like that with her, given the strain between us. Not long after, there were 3 distinct knocks on the door, and in walked Jeff. "What's up?" he asked. "Not much," I replied. He had a feeling he should come over. We sat down at the kitchen table, chatting while I continued sewing. An hour passed, time felt distorted. Suddenly, Dan walked in. I looked at the clock, confused. Why was he home so early? He didn't say a word, just picked up the phone and dialed a number. He never remembered phone numbers without looking them up, so I was stunned. "I'm home," he said into the phone. "Yeah, okay," and hung up. Before he could speak, I felt it. It hit me like a wave, something I had never experienced before. My body froze as the realization sunk in. I knew. I screamed, or at least I think I did. Dan had to hold me still as it overwhelmed me, faster than I could process. I didn't want to believe it. My mind kept saying, this isn't happening. I turned toward the wall, where a picture hung. A serene yellow house by a peaceful river. Dad had once seen it and said, "That's where I want to retire." But nothing felt real anymore. Took me 6 months to realize what had happened. Daddy had come to say goodbye that day on the phone, and I hadn't recognized it at the time. I felt it, but I didn't understand. The last time we were together, he'd talked about practical things, where the combination to the safe was and other details. I stopped him, saying I didn't want to go there. Losing him wasn't an option for me. I even told him I wanted to go first. He gave me the standard response. "It isn't natural for parents to lose their children. I have to go first." We argued playfully and eventually made a deal. Whoever went first would come back to say goodbye to the other. He kept his promise. But that wasn't the last time I felt him. My birthday that year was especially hard. For the first time in my life, he wasn't there to wish me a happy birthday. No funny card in the mail, no perfectly silly, thoughtful gift. A close friend of mine, Cheryl, one of my bridesmaids, called me soon after my birthday. She insisted she had to see me right away. She drove over, not even getting out of the car before telling me what had happened. She and her husband were at Laguna Seca for the weekend races. Among the massive crowd, she spotted my dad. He was making his way through the throng of people, struggling to reach her. When he finally did, he pulled her aside and said he needed her to tell me, "Everything's all right, and none of it matters. At the time, his death had stirred up family tensions over the estate. I asked her when this happened, Saturday or Sunday. After thinking carefully, she confirmed it was Saturday, my birthday. I've seen him again since then, briefly. Once, I woke up to see Dad standing in my bedroom, holding Kiki, our missing family cat. As soon as I saw him, he vanished. But I was so sure we would find Kiki that I jumped out of bed and started looking. Sure enough, I found him trapped in the crawl space beneath the house, meowing for help. My younger sister has seen Dad since then, though I haven't. But he still pops into my thoughts unexpectedly, and I wonder. One more event stands out. After 20 years, I finally mustered the courage to visit Dad's gravesite, where he rests between his parents. It was a 5-hour drive, and we were running out of time, struggling to find the family plot. In desperation, I whispered to the wind, "Please, please direct me." Then, I suddenly shouted for my husband to stop the car. Without hesitation, I walked down a path, and 3 plots down, there was Dad. I sat down, brushed off my grandparents' stones, and greeted my great-grandma. As I sat in peaceful silence, a gentle wind came up the hill, brushing my hair back. A warm, comforting thought entered my mind. This is a perfect place for me to be. I felt an incredible rush of love. Once home, I called to tell my mom about the visit. Her response was quiet, polite, though I could sense the skepticism. That evening, she called me back, almost laughing. My older, skeptical sister had just visited Dad's grave and had the exact same experience, down to every detail. Even after all these years, I miss him terribly. But knowing he's still around, watching over us, brings me comfort. When it's my turn, I know, without a doubt, that Daddy will be there. A friend of mine had a cat that later had kittens, and being the cat person that I am, I fell in love with one of the kittens immediately. I named her Prism, thinking I had been given a female kitten, but later found out she was actually a he. Despite the girly name, it stuck, and he responded to it, so I decided to leave it alone. At the time, my parents had just divorced and I was 15. Prism came into my life during a difficult period, and I became immediately attached to him. He was a bit of a troublemaker, but he was also my companion, especially when my dad was at work and I was alone in the house. Every night, Prism slept at the foot of my bed, waking up with me before school to demand his breakfast before I had mine. After school, he'd be waiting at the door, ready to follow me to wherever I settled in, either on the computer or with my homework. He always found a cozy spot near or on me, purring away. Prism had a distinctly human-like quality. His green eyes were almost the exact shade as mine, and his personality was as unique as any person's. He had particular tastes in food and toys and even in people. His moods were reflected in his body language and facial expressions. He was always there for me when I was feeling down, cuddling close and giving me looks that seemed to say, "It's okay. I've got you." One of the most fascinating things about Prism was his ability to sense presences. Like most cats, he'd often chase things I couldn't see, but he seemed to be able to sense much more. He would track something invisible through the house, sometimes even meowing at it, something he rarely did. It always struck me as odd. Our little 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house was old, and strange things would happen. Banging, thumping noises. Prism would hear them too. He would sit near me like a little guardian, staring at whatever it was, daring it to come closer. He'd sit still for hours, only jumping into my lap when he felt the coast was clear, nuzzling my face as if to reassure me. But the activity in the house got worse. The oppressive feeling of being watched was constant, even when I had company. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, and sometimes the noises were so obvious that I thought someone had broken in. I called my dad more than once, and he'd tell me to spend the night at a neighbor's or have a friend over. The anxiety got so bad that I started having panic attacks, afraid I was losing my mind. I didn't dare tell my dad about it, thinking he'd say I was imagining things. One night, a friend came over to spend the night. We were watching a movie, trying to ignore the tapping noises that had started. At first, the sounds were random, but they grew louder. My friend kept looking at me, clearly hearing them too. Finally, After a loud slam, she asked, "What was that?" I was scared but tried to brush it off. I explained that I had been hearing those noises for a while and pretended not to hear them to keep from panicking. Thankfully, we moved out of that house not long after. When we moved in with my stepmom and her 3 kids, Prism found a new companion in Buster, a gorgeous Russian blue cat with bright yellow eyes. They were like brothers, fighting, making up, playing, and doing it all over again. Unfortunately, the new house was just as unsettling. More noises, more shadows, and sometimes the lights would turn off on their own or the microwave would go haywire. Doors opened and closed by themselves, and once the bathroom door shut and locked without anyone knowing how. My younger stepbrother, who was the only one home at the time, was baffled by how it had happened. The next house we moved to was even worse. Creaky floorboards, strange angles. It felt like it had been built haphazardly. The most unsettling part was a small crawl space in my parents' walk-in closet that had been sealed shut and painted over. We never found out where it led, but we heard scratching noises from it, though we never saw any rats around the house. Prism and Buster seemed to sense it too. Buster would hide, terrified, in closets or cupboards. Prism, on the other hand, would cry and sit by the windows, as though wishing to escape. I began to wonder if something was following our family, or if someone was following Prism. And then my time with Prism came to an end. He developed a severe bladder infection, and despite our efforts and veterinary care, we had to make the heartbreaking decision to put him to sleep. The last time I saw him, he was in so much pain. I just wanted him to stop suffering. After that, Buster was never the same. He withdrew, hiding under blankets or in dark cupboards, refusing to interact, even when my brother got a new kitten, Punk. Buster also developed a strange habit. He couldn't stand closed doors. He'd cry and scratch at them until they were opened, even if he didn't go in or out. One night, Buster started acting particularly strange, pacing the halls, crying, and demanding attention. I was worried, thinking there might be an earthquake coming. That night, Buster stayed with me, lying at my feet where Prism used to sleep. I dreamt of an endless field of green grass. Out of the air, a young man appeared, with hair the same color as Prism's fur and the same bright green eyes. He smiled, tears in his eyes, and hugged me. He told me through his thoughts that he missed me but was glad I hadn't let him suffer. He promised he would always watch over me and left Buster responsible for protecting me in the physical world. He said good things were coming, and that I no longer needed to be afraid. When I woke up, I felt a sense of peace. Soon after, our family bought our first house. From the moment I stepped inside, everything felt different. The oppressive presence was gone, replaced with comfort and protection. Buster became social again, and I sometimes catch him playing as though Prism is still with him. Even Punk, now grown, reminds me of Prism with his green eyes and playful nature. Our new home feels safe, as though Prism is watching over us from the other side, keeping his promise. My mom told me this eerie story about my older sister and the strange things that used to happen to her as a baby. It all took place in a 2-story house in Fresno, California, where my family moved before I was born. At the time, our family included my 2 older brothers, my sister, and my parents. What my parents didn't know when they moved in was that this new house would soon become far more than they bargained for. The move was mainly because they needed more space for the newest member of the family, my sister. But soon after settling in, odd and frightening things began to happen, particularly to her. Late at night, my parents would wake to find her coughing and gasping for air, as if someone or something was choking her and then letting go at the last moment. This happened numerous times, and each time my panicked parents would rush her to the emergency room. But by the time they arrived, the doctors always said the same thing. There was nothing physically wrong with her. These terrifying incidents continued for the next few years. Around the time my sister turned 3, my parents became Christians, which my mom later said helped her understand that something was deeply wrong with the house. My sister began pointing at things that only she could see, and would sometimes get scared for no apparent reason. At first, my parents brushed it off as a child's overactive imagination, but one night, everything changed. My parents had just dozed off with my sister sleeping between them when my mom woke to her crying and clinging to her as if her life depended on it. My mom asked what was wrong, and my sister pointed to the foot of the bed and whispered, "Bad guys." Back then, my sister referred to biker gang members as bad guys, which made my mom uneasy. She tried reassuring her that no one was there, but my sister remained terrified. In an attempt to calm her down, my mom placed a Bible on either side of the bed. After a while, my sister finally stopped crying and fell back asleep. My mom was convinced something was very wrong with the house but waited for more concrete proof. She wouldn't have to wait long. Now, if you're wondering why I haven't mentioned my dad much, it's because, well, he was a bit of a wuss when it came to these kinds of things. One night, after yet another of my sister's choking episodes, my parents rushed her to the hospital. They asked a close neighbor to watch my two brothers while they were gone. The neighbor agreed and came over to watch them while they slept in my parents' bedroom. What she experienced that night left her shaken. When my parents returned from the hospital, the neighbor left without saying much. But about a month later, she confided in my mom about what had happened. As soon as she lay down on my parents' bed that night, she said the hallway light began to dim and flicker. Then she heard loud, heavy footsteps coming up the stairs. She thought it might be my dad returning to grab something, but the footsteps were too loud and heavy to be his. Before she could react, she suddenly found herself unable to move for what felt like 5 minutes. When my mom heard this, she said the hair on the back of her neck stood up. As a devoted Christian, she decided it was time to take action. That night, she gathered the whole family and prayed, asking whatever spirits or entities were in the house to leave them alone. After that night, my mom said the house felt different, more secure, more peaceful, and whatever had been haunting the house never bothered them again. When I was little, I was one of those kids who didn't seem afraid of anything. The only two things I really feared were sharks and death. I know, odd, right? Heights, spiders, needles, or bogeymen didn't scare me. I wasn't afraid of ghosts, witches, voodoo, or anything like that. But that reckless courage got me into trouble one day in elementary school. One of my childhood friends and I had heard how the older kids played scary games like light as a feather, stiff as a board. There were tons of stories about what happened after kids messed with Ouija boards and things like that. It still baffles me that they sell those to this day, considering all the trouble they've caused. But feeling brave, my friend and I decided to try something else. Bloody Mary. If you've never heard of it, the game is pretty simple, though the details vary depending on who you ask. There are all kinds of theories about who Bloody Mary was and what tragic death led to her haunting. But the main idea is that you stand in a dark bathroom with a mirror and summon her by performing a ritual. Sometimes it involves turning on a sink or flushing the toilet, supposedly because water is said to be a gateway to hell, lighting candles, or burning incense. No matter the method, the end goal is the same. You chant her name 3 times, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary. And on the third call, she's supposed to appear in the mirror to claim the soul of the unfortunate person who summoned her. If you see her, you have to get out fast before she gets you. To me, it sounded like a creepy game of tag, so my friend and I decided to give it a go. We snuck into the single-stall girls' bathroom at our private elementary school. We didn't have candles or incense, but we didn't care. We stood in front of the mirror, hands clasped tightly, ready to prove how brave we were. We counted to 3 and began the chant. Bloody Mary 3 times, and on the last one, my friend flushed the toilet. At the time, I don't know what we were expecting to happen. Looking back, it seems ridiculous, but the result was anything but. I don't know what my friend saw, but I know exactly what I saw and what I heard. Fear does weird things to your senses, but this wasn't just fear playing tricks on me. Whatever it was, whether it was a demon, a spirit, or actually Bloody Mary, it was real. In the mirror, where our reflections should have been, stood the figure of a woman. She wore a flowing white dress, dirty and stained with blood. Her long black hair hung in tangled strands, seemingly defying gravity as it floated around her face. Her face, pale, twisted in a horrible expression of agony. Her eyes were wide, but I don't remember what color they were. What I do remember were her sharp teeth. Too many of them, like a shark's, and far too unnatural for a human. But the worst part wasn't her face. It was the sound. There was a metallic thunk, like a hammer striking an anvil, echoing in my head more than my ears. And then, a distant scream, inhuman, like the sound of an animal being slaughtered. We only stood there for a few seconds, though it felt like an eternity. I will never forget that horrible face and the awful noise. We ran out of the bathroom, screaming, and never spoke of it again. A few days later, the school implemented a new rule. No students were allowed to go to the bathroom alone, and only one child could be in the bathroom at a time. I don't know if it was because of what happened to us, but rumors began to spread. One of the other kids overheard their parents talking with a teacher. Apparently, another student, a boy, had played the same game and ended up in the hospital. They said he had long scratch marks down his arms, and he was so terrified that he wouldn't tell anyone what had happened. I don't know what happened to him, but I learned a powerful lesson. Never mess with violent spirits. I may have been considered an adult, at least age-wise, during my first year in the Navy, but I certainly didn't act like one. Always on the hunt for adventure, I wasn't too particular about how I found it. One weekend, a group of my coworkers and I decided we were going to forget about the Navy for 2 days and hit the city of San Diego. We had it all planned out. We'd sleep on the beach, eat at bistros, and just pretend for a little while that we weren't enlisted. Some of our fellow enlistees and officers had been sent to Saudi Arabia, and the emotional weight of knowing we could be next was hard to bear. We needed an escape. For me, the first stop on this adventure had to be the Hotel del Coronado. I'd been dying to see it ever since I found out that Somewhere in Time wasn't filmed at the Grand Hotel, as I had always thought, but right here at the Del. We started by walking the shoreline, crossing the invisible line that separated the public beach from the hotel's private one. Then we casually made our way up the steps and into the hotel as if we belonged there. I have to say, it was pretty amusing watching some of my friends try to act like they had money. They threw on all the rich kid stereotypes, and we were far from subtle or considerate. We couldn't decide which was more stunning, the Babcock and Story Bar or the Crown Room. Both rooms were exquisite, full of grandeur. But we spent most of our time at the village pool, which was completely empty. We had the whole place to ourselves, and despite employees wandering in and out, we went completely unnoticed. It felt like we had conquered forbidden territory, and that giddy, rebellious thrill stayed with us all day. As evening rolled around, we ate on the terrace overlooking the beach, soaking in the glorious view and laughing about the day's events. Honestly, I hadn't even given a thought to where we'd be sleeping that night. I was just living in the moment, having the time of my life. As dusk settled in, we decided to take a stroll back down the beach. That's when one of our friends suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. Curious, we all stopped too, turning to see what had caught his attention. He was staring back at the hotel, swearing that he had just heard a woman scream. We laughed at him, teasing him for being tired and saying it was probably just someone laughing or maybe even a seagull. But he was convinced, and without another word, he started heading back to the hotel. What else could we do but follow him? Once inside, we looked around, hoping to spot something, anything, that could explain what he had heard. But there was nothing unusual about the guests strolling about. Eventually, we gave up and made our way back to the pool. Lying on the lounge chairs, we tried convincing him it was all in his head, but he wouldn't budge. That's when a young porter approached us. He explained that he hadn't meant to overhear our conversation, but he was curious about the scream. Where had we been? Was it definitely a woman? He fired off a string of questions, all directed at my friend. That's when we learned about the legend of Kate Morgan, or possibly Mrs. Lottier Bernard, as there's some confusion over her true identity, and her tragic death on the hotel steps leading down to the beach. According to the story, Kate was a con artist, using her charm to swindle men out of their money. It's believed she committed suicide at the hotel after her husband, who was supposed to meet her there, ran off with another woman on the train ride over. But like any legend, there are many different versions of the story, with plenty of unanswered questions. Had my friend heard Kate Morgan scream, a cry from a woman whose life was cut short by greed and betrayal? Or was it nothing more than a seagull searching for food? To this day, we still don't know, but the mystery and the thrill of that weekend stayed with us for a long time. I had a friend named Les who had an unusual combination of jobs. He was both a mortician and a comedian. He used humor to lighten the darker aspects of his work, which honestly makes a lot of sense. One year, Les decided to throw a Halloween party at the mortuary where he worked. Oh boy, another friend, Steve, agreed to go with me. When we got to the grounds, there was no obvious sign of a party. We pulled up to the back of the main building, which had these Miami Vice-style clear ice blocks in the walls and a door. Through the blocks, we could see movement and light inside. Maybe this was the place? We sat in the car for a minute, debating whether we wanted to go in or not. That's when the door opened. Out walked a tall, geeky-looking guy in a white lab coat, splattered with blood. The unmistakable smell of formaldehyde wafted toward us. Gross. Steve rolled down the window and asked for Les, while I sat frozen in the passenger seat, trying to disappear into the upholstery. The guy just pointed silently toward a normal-looking house on the grounds, without saying a word. Off we went, totally creeped out, exchanging wide-eyed glances. We laughed nervously, but it didn't do much to shake the unease. Inside the house, Les was setting up the party. It wasn't long before we all migrated over to the mortuary, once the employees had gone home for the night. The party itself was typical Halloween fare. Punch that looked like blood, and one of Les's friends even popped out of a closed coffin in the display room for a cheap scare. But I had something else in mind. I pulled Les aside and asked if there was anyone in the viewing room. I wanted to go in quietly and just see and listen. He hesitated but agreed, asking me to keep it to myself. He unlocked the room, telling me he'd relock it once I was done. What followed was one of the most eye-opening experiences of my life. The viewing room was large, with 2 coffins separated by screens and curtains, dividing the space into 2 family areas. I didn't want to intrude, so I stood quietly on the steps leading into each section, staying at the edges. On the larger side of the room was an older woman with short, fluffy white hair. She looked peaceful, even happy, dressed in a pastel blue lace dress, holding a Bible, a rosary, and a small bouquet of flowers. The room was filled with floral arrangements, likely left by her family. But more than that, it felt like she was still there, too. The atmosphere around her was one of deep contentment and acceptance. There was even a gentle, rocking sensation in the air, like a soft, comforting presence watching over her from the corner of the room. The other side of the room was a completely different story. Another woman lay in the coffin, much older by the look of her, and stout, dressed in stark Victorian black. Her expression was hard and grumpy, and the energy in the room, it was oppressive. She was still there too, but in a much more intense way. The anger in the air was palpable. Her presence wasn't in one place. It filled the whole room, swirling with resentment and rage. It was incredibly uncomfortable. As I left the room, I couldn't shake the contrast between these 2 women. So close together, yet worlds apart in their emotions. It was like yin and yang. One side peaceful, the other heavy with bitterness. I returned to the party, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I had felt. I asked myself, if I had visited the angry woman first, would the peace from the other side have been strong enough to balance out the anger? It made me realize how easily we can be affected by other people's emotions, especially anger and negativity. They can feel so much stronger than peace and contentment. I found Les again and told him I was done in the viewing room. Then I asked him about the 2 women. He shrugged and gave me the rundown. One woman had passed away peacefully in her sleep, and her funeral the next day was expected to be large, with many family members and grandchildren mourning her loss. The other woman, she had committed suicide. Her family hadn't been cooperative, and she had nearly been buried in a pauper's grave. They weren't expecting many visitors, if any at all. I didn't need to ask which was which. I knew. We left soon after that. The experience in the viewing room had drained me, and I had had enough of the party. That night taught me an important lesson. People don't always move on right away. They can linger for whatever reason, for however long they choose. I suspect the angry woman, with all her unresolved bitterness, hung around much longer than the peaceful lady ever would. I've always been a believer in the supernatural. UFOs, ghosts, the unexplained. You name it, I'm into it. But recently, I've been experiencing strange things that I can't fully explain. I've shared 2 previous stories, Nighttime Visitor and Nighttime Visitor 2, where these events first began. Ever since that first night, while I haven't felt any evil or sinister presence, something else is happening, and it's starting to really get to me. I keep seeing black shadows out of the corner of my eye, darting around corners, flying up through the ceiling, lurking and peeking around doorways. I'm not sure if it's just my imagination or if my eyes are playing tricks on me, but it's happening too often to ignore. One of the shadows is of a tall man, though I only ever see his shadow. He usually appears crouching or ducking behind something, never fully visible. Just last night, I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep. I decided to turn off the TV, and not 2 seconds after, I heard a thump. I brushed it off, thinking it was just my imagination. But then I heard another thump, this time right in front of my sliding glass door, and then my curtains began to move. The kind of curtains I have, those with a little plastic stick you guide to open or close, make noise when they move. It wasn't my imagination. I looked over, and what I saw made my blood run cold. Standing there, in front of the sliding glass door, was a little girl. She was about 3 feet tall, with long brown hair, wearing a pink shirt and purple pants, like a kid straight out of the 80s. I freaked out, grabbed my things, and slept on the couch in the living room. Luckily, nothing else happened that night. But then, at work the next day, things got even stranger. I work at a mall in Costa Mesa, and I never thought anything about the place could be paranormal. But while I was on the 2nd floor, walking toward the escalators, something caught my eye. To my left, there are escalators going down, and above them, another set going up to the 3rd floor. As I was passing by, I glanced at the reflection of the escalators in the window display to my right. I saw a woman going up the escalator, but she was facing backward. The odd part was her entire figure looked stark white. Curious and a little freaked out, I turned to see what she was doing. But there was no one there. I blinked a million times, trying to wrap my head around what I had just seen. I even walked around to see if someone had been there and I'd missed them. But the escalator was empty. It was the middle of the week, and the mall wasn't busy. I couldn't explain it. I was left thinking, what was that? I told my friend about it later, and she said she'd heard that the land the mall was built on used to be a farm where a girl had died. That got me curious, so I did some digging into the history of the land. It turns out the mall was built on a former lima bean farm and apple orchards. It was once a thriving, respectable community. While I couldn't find any specific story about a girl dying there, the rumor is that a farmer's teenage daughter was daydreaming in the field when a tractor accidentally ran her over, killing her instantly. Maybe that's who I saw, but it chilled me to my core. Lately, I've also had the constant feeling that someone is following me, especially when I come home from work or after visiting a friend. It's a feeling I just can't shake. On top of that, I've started having these disturbing visions in my mind of terrifying-looking men charging at me, trying to attack me. I always run up the stairs to my door, not daring to look back, too scared of what I might see. Just before they reach me, I manage to slam the door shut. But on a few occasions, I've heard a single loud pound on the door right after, followed by a man's scream. Am I going crazy? Does anyone have any idea why this is happening to me? It's starting to give me nightmares, and I'm terrified to come home at night, even as early as 8 or 9 p.m. Why does it feel like someone is following me? When I was about 5 or 6, I had my first encounter with the paranormal. The memory is a bit foggy since it happened over a decade ago, but I'll do my best to recall the experience. I remember waking up in the middle of the night, completely unable to move, except for my eyes. I was lying on my side, facing the wall with my back to the door. The house was eerily silent, which meant my parents and 2 older sisters were all asleep. For the first few minutes, I struggled to get up, but my body wouldn't respond. Naturally, I did what any terrified child would do. I tried calling for my mom, but to my horror, my mouth wouldn't move either. Panic set in. I remember thinking, what's happening to me? I stared at the white wall in front of me, unable to move or call for help, until I eventually drifted back to sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling perfectly fine, as if nothing had happened. I brushed it off as a bad dream and didn't think much more of it. Nearly a decade passed before anything like that happened again. About 2 months ago, I was lying in bed, half asleep, when I heard the floor creak. As I started to sit up and investigate, I suddenly realized I couldn't move. I was paralyzed just like before. Fear gripped me. I took a few deep breaths to calm myself and tried to concentrate. Slowly, with a lot of effort, I managed to sit up and reach for the light. I scanned the room, my heart pounding, but found nothing. Feeling uneasy, I got out of bed and checked the closet and under my desk, but there was no one there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. Standing in the middle of my room, I started turning around, half expecting to catch something lurking behind me. After about 30 seconds of this, I felt ridiculous and stopped. I climbed back into bed, but it took over an hour of lying awake, listening intently, before I finally drifted off to sleep. Later that night, I woke up again, completely paralyzed. This time, it felt worse, like something had an even tighter grip on me. I tried to move my arm, but it only shook, trembling like it does when you try to lift something too heavy. My body was exhausted from the effort, and I noticed I couldn't take full breaths. It was as if something heavy was pressing down on my chest, cutting off my air supply. Fear surged through me. My heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on my forehead as I struggled against the invisible force. Desperate, I tried to cry out, but all I could manage was a faint grunt. With all my strength, I finally sat up, breaking free from whatever was holding me down. The pressure lifted, and I took deep, relieved breaths. The room was still and quiet. This time, I didn't feel like anything was watching me, but I was too shaken to feel at ease. I kept the TV on and lay awake for a long time before I eventually fell asleep again. Since that night, I haven't had any more episodes of sleep paralysis. But looking back, I realized that what I thought was just a childhood nightmare had happened again. This time, with more clarity. There are a few things that might be important. For one, it wasn't tied to the house since I had moved about 3 miles away between the two incidents. Secondly, the more recent event happened a few weeks after a harsh breakup, so I wonder if my emotional state played a part. I can't remember my emotional state during the first incident, though. Lastly, I don't remember exactly what I grunted, but I'm fairly certain it was either God or Jesus. I believe that this was what helped me break free from the paralysis. This story took place in 1995 when my son was about 3.5 and I was pregnant with my daughter. At the time, my son spent his mornings watching Ninja Turtles on Nickelodeon. He was a bit lonely, being homeschooled and not having any friends his age to play with. My husband and I felt it might be time to send him to kindergarten. It was hard for us to let go of our little boy, but we knew it was the right thing to do, and it was a great decision. We immediately noticed a change in him. He was happier, eager to learn, and even more playful with us. One day, my son came home from school more excited than usual. He couldn't stop talking about a new friend, a girl named Natalia. He begged me to let her come over for a playdate. I agreed, but told him I'd need to speak with her parents first. The next morning, I drove him to kindergarten and waited to meet little Natalia and her parents. My son introduced me to an adorable little girl before running off to play with her. I introduced myself to her foster parent, who told me that Natalia didn't have a father and that her mother was in rehab for the second time. Her mother had also gone to jail for child abuse, which explained the scars I now noticed on Natalia's small body. My heart broke for her. Despite everything she had been through, Natalia was playing happily with her dolls. I learned that she had acute leukemia and didn't have much time left. The following day, Natalia came over for her first playdate. My husband and I watched as she and our son played together. It was clear that she was sick. She would tire easily and sometimes complain of headaches or dizziness. But despite her health challenges, she and my son had a wonderful time and quickly became inseparable. From that point on, she came over every Saturday to play. Sadly, about 2 months later, Natalia's health worsened, and she could no longer come over. My husband and I had grown very attached to her, and we were devastated when she was taken to the hospital. Our son didn't fully understand what was happening, and he was heartbroken when Natalia stopped coming to school and Saturday playdates. He became withdrawn and upset, and it was difficult to console him. A few days before Natalia passed away, my son and I went to the store and bought her a small teddy bear holding a pink heart with the words, "I love you," written on it. When you squeezed the bear, it would squeak, "I love you," loudly. That same day, we went to the hospital to say our goodbyes. As we approached Natalia's hospital bed, tears filled my eyes. She looked so pale and drowsy. My son, realizing something was wrong, gently placed the teddy bear beside her and held her hand, crying softly. Though we had only known her for a few months, Natalia had become such an important part of our lives, and we loved her like she was one of our own. 3 days later, Natalia passed away. Her foster parents returned the teddy bear to us, and I placed it in my closet. The weeks that followed were hard for my son. He refused to play with the other kids at kindergarten and spent most of his time at home drawing pictures of Natalia. One night at dinner, he asked, "When will I see her again?" I told him that Natalia was gone for a while and that he wouldn't see her for a long time. He dropped his head and quietly left the table. That night, at exactly 3 a.m., I was startled awake by a loud noise coming from my closet. Natalia's teddy bear was screeching, "I love you," louder than I had ever heard it before. The bear went off every few minutes. After a while, I couldn't take it anymore and, exhausted, I muttered, "Okay, Natalia, go to sleep now. I'm tired. We can play in the morning." The bear immediately stopped. The next morning, I noticed that my son seemed unusually cheerful. "Did you sleep well?" I asked, curious. He smiled and said, "No, but Natalia came. She said she misses us. We got to play a little bit." A smile spread across my face. My husband smiled, too. For a brief moment, our family felt complete again, like Natalia was still with us. My boyfriend, Dan, and I moved into our first apartment together in November 2007. For the first few months, everything seemed normal. We had just moved out of Dan's brother's place, and adjusting to living on our own was enough of a change in itself. Our cats, Edgar and Zelda, took a while to settle in. Edgar, in particular, seemed the most affected. He used to be a sweet, outgoing cat, but in our new apartment, he became more nervous, even aggressive towards me, scratching and biting. He's remained jumpy ever since, even though it's been about 10 months now. The strange occurrences began around 4 months ago, in May. One night, I got up to use the bathroom, locking the door behind me. When I tried to leave, I unlocked the door but couldn't get it to open. The knob felt stuck, as if the door was still locked. I jiggled the knob, locked and unlocked it again, but nothing. Feeling claustrophobic, I panicked and started pounding on the door. Dan had to come and let me out, and he had no problem opening the door from the outside. He thought it was hilarious, but we figured it was just an issue with the old knob, since the apartments hadn't been renovated since the 70s. Later that night, back in our bedroom, I noticed Edgar staring intently at the wall above our headboard. He was fixated, something unusual for a cat who normally had the attention span of a goldfish. At one point, he even crawled between Dan and me to bat at the wall. Dan joked that maybe he saw a shadow or a bug, and we didn't think much more of it at the time. But the bathroom door problem persisted. Dan even took the knob off to check if something was causing it to stick, but he couldn't find anything wrong with it. One night, Dan's coworker, Lindsay, came over and she got stuck in the bathroom too. The door wouldn't open from either side, and it took Dan about 10 minutes of jiggling before he got her out. She was creeped out and left immediately. The next night, I got stuck again, and Dan had to forcibly remove the doorknob to get me out. The next morning, Dan replaced the doorknob, and thankfully, the bathroom door incident stopped. However, other things started happening. We keep our alcohol on top of the fridge, and when you walk on certain parts of the floor, the bottles clink together. Dan and I figured out which floorboards caused the clinking so we could avoid them at night when one of us was asleep. One afternoon, while I was home alone, I heard the bottles clinking. I immediately assumed Zelda had jumped onto the fridge, so I grabbed a spray bottle and went to the kitchen. But on my way, I saw Zelda curled up asleep on her cat tree. Confused, I walked over to the fridge, looked around, and saw nothing. Then the bottles clinked again. I hadn't moved, and there was no reason for them to make noise. I tried walking around the kitchen, testing the floorboards to see if I could recreate the sound, but nothing. Feeling unnerved, I decided to head back to the bedroom. As I did, the bedroom door suddenly swung shut and clicked. When I got to the door, the knob wouldn't turn. I jiggled it and gave it a push, like Dan had taught me to do when the bathroom door was sticking. Unfortunately, I pushed too hard, and the door came open, bringing the knob and part of the door with it. Relieved but rattled, I examined the knob and realized it hadn't been stuck at all. The door had been locked from inside the bedroom. I immediately called Dan to tell him what had happened, but he just laughed it off. Later that night, I noticed Edgar staring at the wall behind our headboard again, completely fixated. We decided not to replace the doorknob on our bedroom door, just to see if anything else would happen. A few days later, I came home to find the front door unlocked. Dan and I are both religious about locking the door. Dan's childhood home was burglarized, and he's extremely cautious about security. I knew I had locked the door before leaving. Nervously, I asked a neighbor to come check the apartment with me, but nothing was out of place. This has happened multiple times now. I'll lock the door before I leave, only to come home an hour later to find it unlocked. We also keep the closet door shut to prevent the cats from getting hair all over our clothes. But time and again, we found it open. Once, while I was in the walk-in closet, the door shut on me by itself. In the last 2 months, things have escalated. Dan has repeatedly lost his keys, tearing the apartment apart to find them, only to discover them neatly placed on the end of the bed. I thought maybe he just wasn't looking carefully enough, until it happened to me. After 15 minutes of frantic searching, I checked the bedroom and found my keys sitting on the white blanket folded at the end of the bed, just like Dan's had been. And Edgar still won't stop staring at the wall behind our bed. I've examined it up close, and I can't figure out what he's looking at. He doesn't do this anywhere else in the apartment. Lately, I've also started hearing what sounds like Dan talking to me while I'm in the bathroom and he's in the bedroom. But when I ask him what he said, he always tells me he hasn't said anything. I've tried to be as thorough as possible in describing what's been happening. Does anyone have any thoughts or suggestions? Are we imagining things? Or could there be some sort of paranormal activity in our apartment? It seems like most of the activity is focused on the doors, but I don't know anything about the history of this building or our unit. Any insight would be welcome. I'm glad I've received so many responses to my previous stories, and I appreciate all the helpful insights and opinions people have shared. With that said, I wanted to ask everyone what they think about some strange things that have started happening around my house. Am I just dealing with paranoia? Or is there something more going on? At the end of August this year, my family moved into a new house, and up until recently, I really loved it here. The house has a comfortable, inviting aura, and it felt like a place where I could finally relax. Something I hadn't experienced in my past few residences, where I often sense presences or unsettling feelings. Let me describe where I live. We're in a rural part of Corona, California. Corona has its own paranormal investigation society, and I've heard of some very active spots nearby like Horse Thieves Canyon Road, where people have had all sorts of strange experiences. Fortunately, we live a little distance away from there, in a quiet, comfortable community. Our house was built in 2000, and the previous owners lived here until they were forced into foreclosure. The house sat unoccupied for 2 years, gathering dust and weeds, and unfortunately, it had been vandalized a bit by kids who broke in to smoke and mess around. When we first looked at the house, we noticed cigarette burns in the carpet, graffiti on the walls and cabinets, and small holes in the windows from rocks or possibly a pellet gun. Despite these minor issues, the house was in great shape, solid plumbing, electricity, and ventilation. It seemed perfect. At first, the house was full of movement, with us unpacking and settling in, so I didn't think much about any strange occurrences. But as things calmed down, it felt like odd events either became more noticeable or didn't start happening until we settled in. One thing we noticed right away was that all of our cell phones lose signal as soon as we enter the first street of our community. The signal is inconsistent between that point and the cow farm behind us. It's not too strange, but it's something we've grown used to. We just avoid using our phones in those areas because we know calls will drop. The next oddity was the cupboard doors. I noticed that they seemed to open on their own, although I never actually saw it happen. I'd wake up in the morning to find several of them wide open. The cupboards are fairly new, well-constructed, and all close properly. In fact, they have a slight weight to them, making them close partially on their own. Initially, I thought it might be our cats, Buster and the others, exploring and playing, but then I realized that even cupboard doors they couldn't reach were opening. Weird, but nothing serious. Next, I noticed the pantry door and bathroom doors. Since Buster had developed a habit of sleeping in the bathroom cupboards, I started shutting the bathroom doors at night to keep him out and to see if that solved the problem of the cupboards opening. But every morning, I'd wake up to find the pantry door either wide open or halfway closed, and all 4 bathroom doors in the house. One in my parents' room, one next to the game room, one near my room, and one downstairs by the guest bedroom were open. It didn't make sense for someone to wake up in the middle of the night and open all the doors. Again, the doors are solid, closing and latching properly. But I brushed it off as no big deal. Then, my stepmom pointed out something even stranger. Every morning, without fail, one of the decorative pillows from the couch would be on the floor, in the exact same spot. It wasn't always the same pillow, but it was always just one. Could the cats have been knocking it down? Maybe, but it felt unlikely, and this was definitely more puzzling. The most unsettling thing happened just last night, and it kept me from sleeping. I was having trouble falling asleep, so I was on my computer, trying to distract myself. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Every so often, I'd glance over my shoulder, but nothing was there. I told myself I was just being paranoid. My brother was still awake in his room, talking to someone on the phone, and my parents were already asleep. I called my fiancé, told him about the feeling, and he reassured me that everything was fine. We talked for a while, and I decided to try to sleep, since it was past 1:30 a.m. I lay down, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that someone was nearby, watching me. Out of nowhere, I heard a series of loud pops, like the sound of someone poking holes in the plastic seal of a frozen dinner. At first, I thought my brother had gone downstairs for food, but I hadn't heard him leave his room. Nervous, I called my fiancé back, and he stayed on the phone with me while I went downstairs to check things out. As I reached the kitchen, I saw the light was on, but no one was there. Everything was in place, and the cats were nowhere to be seen. I was telling my fiancé how strange it was when my phone suddenly went crazy. His voice started skipping, and in between, there was loud static and interference. It hurt my ears, so I pulled the phone away. Then the call dropped. At that point, I was getting pretty freaked out. On top of that, the feeling of being watched was overwhelming. I rushed back upstairs and tried calling my fiancé on the house phone, but the line wouldn't go through. Despite it being a landline we've never had problems with. After 4 attempts, I switched back to my cell phone, and this time the call connected. He hadn't received any missed calls from me. Too rattled to sleep, I stayed upstairs and locked my door. I spent the rest of the night on the Xbox, playing a game with my fiancé through voice chat to keep myself distracted. After a few hours, I was exhausted and told him I'd try to sleep again. It was nearly 2 a.m. when I finally lay down. I wrapped myself in the big, comfy blanket my fiancé had bought for me while he was in Kuwait. I glanced at the clock. It was 1:57. For a few minutes, I tried to relax, but the feeling of being watched grew stronger, almost crushing. I lay there counting my breaths, listening for any sounds around me to make sure I was fully awake. Suddenly, the room got hot, unusually hot. I felt a warmth spread over my face, like a fever. Then, I heard tapping, louder than the music I had playing, coming from the window. I was too afraid to open my eyes. The oppressive feeling became unbearable, and I started feeling sick to my stomach, dizzy even. It felt like someone was leaning over my shoulder, breathing lightly on my face. I couldn't take it anymore. I told myself I had to be brave, even if I saw something terrifying. I threw the blanket off and turned over, but nothing was there. I didn't speak out loud, but in my head, I firmly said, "Stop it. I'm trying to sleep." Immediately, the tapping stopped, and the oppressive feeling lifted. I called my fiancé again, leaving out some of the details to avoid scaring him. We talked until about 3:30 a.m., and after that, I finally fell asleep. This morning, I woke up just before my alarm at 5:30 a.m. My room was warm again, but I was shaking uncontrollably as if I were freezing. I didn't have a fever and I wasn't cold. I lay there for a few moments trying to compose myself, but I still can't explain what happened last night. Am I being visited by something? Or is this just paranoia? Whatever happened, it scared me, and I'm exhausted from staying up so late. I'm open to any thoughts or insights about what might be going on. The story I'm about to share is just one of the many experiences my fiancé, William, and I encountered while living in an apartment we once rented. Out of respect for the owners of the property, I won't use any real names. These experiences are retold exactly as they happened. When William called me to say he'd found the perfect apartment for us, I couldn't have been happier. At the time, I was an idealistic college sophomore, ready for a fresh start in a new state, at a new college with so much excitement for the future. Naturally, when I arrived in the new city, I was eager to drive straight to our new place and make it our home. As we pulled into the driveway, I practically leapt out of the car and rushed to the door. When William unlocked it, my heart skipped a beat. It was perfect. The apartment was small, charming, and built in the mid-20th century, a cozy spot for a young couple like us. Despite its history, it felt warm and inviting, a place where I could truly relax. I took a tour of the apartment and settled in the bedroom, ready to collapse into bed after the long drive. But then William surprised me. "Hey, would you mind if we slept on the sofa bed in the living room instead?" he asked. "Sure," I replied. "But why? I'm sure this bed is more comfortable." "I just don't like it as much," he said a bit sharply. I shrugged it off, thinking he was just being finicky. For the next 4 months, we slept on the sofa bed, barely using the bedroom at all. Later, William confessed that the reason he avoided the bedroom was that whenever he tried to sleep in there, he felt an incredible weight pressing down on him. His arms and legs would fall asleep, and he found it unsettling enough to keep him from using that bed altogether. Knowing he was in good health with no circulation issues, I brushed it off as a problem with the mattress. Besides, the sofa bed was more comfortable anyway. Then came my own experience in the bedroom. One night, William was watching a movie in the living room, and I had an exam the next morning. Not wanting to disturb him, I decided to sleep in the bedroom. I crawled into bed, exhausted, but soon felt a strange pressure around my neck and chest. The sensation was similar to what William had described, like something was pressing down on me, making my limbs tingle and go numb. It was unnerving how quickly it came on, but I tried to ignore it, assuming it was just the mattress. As I lay there, though, I began having these dark, uncharacteristic thoughts. I felt terrified of things that had never scared me before. I was jittery, anxious, and filled with dread for no apparent reason. I eventually managed to fall asleep, but I decided, like William, that I didn't feel comfortable sleeping in that room anymore. The third experience involving the bedroom happened to my good friend Abby, who was staying with us for spring break. We offered her the bedroom to give her some privacy, thinking nothing of it. One morning, Abby woke up and asked me, "Have you ever seen someone at the foot of that bed before? Like a tall man?" I hadn't, but I asked her to explain. She told me the room made her feel inexplicably sad and uneasy, adding, "I feel much better in here," as she sat in the living room. Hearing those words shook me. It wasn't just William and me who had felt those strange emotions in the bedroom. Abby had experienced it too. That's when I realized there was something truly off about that room. But the odd occurrences weren't limited to the bedroom. 3 months into living there, William found a job, and I was alone in the apartment more often. Things had been relatively calm up until then, but one December day we hired a handyman to do some work. He didn't do a great job and in some ways left things worse than before. Oddly enough, after that, the apartment seemed to retaliate. While I was sitting at my computer, a heavy book suddenly fell off the shelf, nearly hitting me. Then another book followed, and soon folders and papers started tumbling down. It was like everything on that shelf had decided to jump. I checked for mice or anything that could have caused it, but there was nothing. There hadn't been any seismic activity either. It scared me, but I tried to rationalize it as a fluke. From that point on, strange occurrences became a daily part of life in the apartment. These events often manifested in subtle psychological ways. For instance, many people who used our shower, including William and I, would describe seeing the same disturbing image when they closed their eyes. A girl with dark hair standing right in front of them, staring silently. We also experienced sudden, overwhelming feelings of depression, anxiety, and despair, sometimes multiple times a week. Guests felt it too, especially in the bedroom or near the computer area. William also began having frequent nightmares, in which he felt physically threatened, often at knife point, or verbally abused. These episodes happened so frequently that William questioned whether they were even dreams, as he often felt fully awake during them. It wasn't until a year later that the truly ghostly activity began. Late at night, around 4 a.m., we'd hear faint piano music in the living room, followed by the sound of a young woman giggling or crying. The strange thing was, it was always the same voice, and it couldn't have been coming from the neighbors. It was too loud, as if the woman was right in the room with us. Objects also started falling off shelves with more frequency, and the negative energy in the bedroom became almost unbearable. Just entering the room made us nervous, especially near the closet. We all avoided it as much as possible. Then I saw what I believe were actual ghosts. One evening, while standing outside, I caught a glimpse of a little girl running behind a tree and vanishing. It was a flash, almost like a photo being taken. Another time, I saw a mustached man in a three-piece suit standing where William had just been, only for him to disappear just as quickly. Both figures appeared for only a moment but left a lasting impression. By the time we decided to move out after 2 years, we had learned to live with the strange occurrences. We accepted the uncharacteristic emotions, the falling objects, and the eerie presence. But I never doubted that the apartment was haunted. One of the last occurrences I experienced was while packing up the bedroom. I noticed my clothes swaying on their hangers, as if someone were brushing their hand across them. There were no windows open, no fans, no breeze. William had his final encounter after I'd already left the apartment. He stayed behind to pack up the last of our things, and while he was sitting in the living room, the television kept turning on and off. Items flew off the shelves, and doors rattled on their hinges. Since moving out, neither of us has experienced anything strange like that again. Whatever was in that apartment stayed there. I'm convinced that we had the great misfortune of living in a genuinely haunted place. Driving into the deserted parking lot, my stomach filled with butterflies. That familiar rush of energy and excitement hit me as soon as I saw the trail leading to the beach. I scanned the dark surroundings for any hidden dangers before parking in my usual spot. As always, the lot was completely empty. I stepped out of the car, and the sea breeze immediately enveloped me, bringing a smile to my face. The chill of fall was in the air, but I was dressed for the cold. Bending down, I checked my laces, ensuring they were tight, then focused on the path ahead. It felt good to start the incline, knowing the breathtaking view that awaited at the top. I was walking briskly when it happened. A sudden, overwhelming jolt hit my stomach, almost knocking me off my feet. The sensation was like an emotional gut punch, not physical pain but something much deeper. It was as if a desperate soul had reached out from the darkness and pulled me to my knees. I didn't know who he was, but the intensity of his presence terrified me. My mind raced, but I remained frozen on the cold path, too scared to move. This wasn't the first time this had happened to me, and I knew it wouldn't be the last. Time felt suspended, though I could hear the steady tick-tick-tick of my wristwatch. That small, rhythmic sound grounded me, reminding me to stay alert. In the distance, I could hear the faint blare of a train horn, and the crashing waves sounded like shards of glass breaking against the shore. My body began to shake. Wrapping my arms around myself, I managed to stand, though my breath came in ragged gasps, visible in the frigid air. The cold had intensified, and I could no longer ignore the emotions invading my senses. I sucked in a deep breath, and that's when I felt him close to me. His presence was overwhelming, and I could hear a raspy growl, a mix of relief and desperation. His voice, rough with age and perhaps too much liquor, came close, only inches from my face. Foggy, bloodshot eyes stared into mine, eyes of someone who had spent far too many nights drunk. "Find my body," he rasped. "Don't let me rot over there." He pointed beyond the ridge, toward the fence that separated the trail from the train tracks. I tried to focus on the direction he indicated, trying to make sense of where he expected me to go. It was a large area, too large to search without more details. I turned back to him, hoping for more answers, but he was already fading. "Wait!" I cried out, desperate to hold on to him for just a little longer. I needed to understand more, but he was disappearing fast, his form becoming more translucent with every second. His eyes, full of regret and sorrow, haunted me as he dissolved into nothing. The look in his eyes told a story of wasted moments, of a life consumed by bad choices. And then he was gone. I stood there in the cold, staring into the darkness. I could have turned back, returned to my car, and pretended nothing had happened. But I couldn't. I've never been able to walk away from a spirit in need. Not once. With determination, I stepped off the path and into the brush. The fence loomed in front of me, and I searched for anything that might help me find what he had pointed to. First, nothing stood out, but just as I was about to give up, the smell hit me. The stench was unmistakable. The smell of death, thick and suffocating, creeping into my lungs. I covered my nose, trying to block out the rancid odor as I followed the scent. He had been there for a while. That much was clear. As I got closer, images began to flash in my mind. I saw him struggling along the train tracks, drunk and disoriented, unable to move fast enough. I watched in horror as the train hit him. I won't describe the gruesome details of what I saw next, but it was horrific, and I felt my stomach turn. The images of his body being struck and torn apart were seared into my mind. But at least I knew he hadn't felt anything. He was too far gone, numb from the alcohol coursing through his veins. I pulled out my cell phone and dialed the local authorities. As I explained the situation, giving them my location and what I had found, I felt a whisper against my ear, a faint, rasping voice that said, "Thank you. Today is October 22nd, 2008, and while yesterday was strange, today takes the cake." I've always considered myself a practical, level-headed guy, 34 years old, no mental health issues, no unusual concerns. I'm generally skeptical of anything out of the ordinary. But today, I experienced something I can't easily explain. After dropping my daughter off at high school, I returned home, like usual, to our empty house. I went upstairs to open the double doors of our master suite, letting some fresh air in. That's when it happened. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a man. There's no reason a man should be in my home. Instinctively, I yelled a string of profanities and reached for my pistol, but something told me to keep my eyes on him. Instead of grabbing the gun, I decided I would handle the situation myself if necessary. This man moved faster than I thought possible, reaching the top of the stairs in less than a second. There's a mirror mounted on the wall at the top of the stairs, and I watched him as he approached it. Strangely, he didn't stop to take in his reflection like most people would. He glanced at the mirror from the corner of his eye, casually fixed his hair, like he was checking to make sure everything was in place, and then he turned back to look at me. The eerie part? It was like he didn't even see me. His eyes looked through me, and he smiled, as if amused by something I couldn't understand. He continued toward a door on his right and entered the room. The way he moved through the door was odd. It was wide open, but he acted as though he was squeezing through a tight space, even stooping his head as if to avoid hitting it, though the doorway was more than tall enough. Here's the part that still has me shaken. When I caught a glimpse of his face in the mirror, I nearly collapsed. It was my father-in-law. He passed away in March of this year. But it wasn't him as I had known him. It was him, younger, with a full head of hair. He looked like he was in his early 30s. I'm not the type to get emotional easily, but this encounter left me in tears. I'm a big guy, not prone to feelings or tears, but I've been completely taken aback. I can't wrap my mind around it. In hindsight, things around here have been a little strange lately. Just yesterday, my wife and I were talking about how we felt her dad's presence still lingering. A few things have been happening that we couldn't explain. For instance, early yesterday, the TV turned on by itself. Then we smelled cigarette smoke. He used to love smoking. It wasn't the first time either. We've smelled cigarette smoke a few times over the past few months, even though no one in our house smokes. And I've had this feeling of seeing things move out of the corner of my eye more than once. Yesterday, after the smoke and TV incident, my wife even spoke out loud, saying, "Dad, if you're here, give us a sign." As soon as she finished speaking, the shower turned on by itself for about 15 seconds. We were stunned. Now today I've seen him again, or at least something that looked like him. But what I can't figure out is why he showed up, walked through the house like I wasn't there, and disappeared without any interaction. I cursed at him when I first saw him, yet he didn't react. He just looked past me, smiled, and vanished. Has anyone had an experience like this? I remember seeing a small boy once when I was young, looking at pictures on the wall in my mother's house. He was dressed in a sailor suit, just like a picture of my father that hung there. I've always believed that the boy I saw was my father as a child. But that was 30 years ago, and now this experience with my father-in-law has me wondering again. Why would he come back now? Why did he seem to ignore me? Does anyone have any insight into what might be going on? Is this his way of letting us know he's still here? Can someone move on to the afterlife and still present themselves? I'd appreciate any input. I just want to understand what's happening and why. Thank you for taking the time to read and share your thoughts. I want to put down as much detail as I can remember. I don't believe I have any special gift for sensing spirits, but I do believe there's a human spirit haunting my home. Unlike other ghosts I've heard of, he's not particularly active, at least not most of the time. I don't know who this ghost is or what he looks like, but I've come to believe that he resides mostly in our backyard and doesn't venture inside very often. My older sister once claimed to have seen someone walking through the backyard toward our side gate, but it was dusk and she couldn't make out much. What was strange was that there was no entrance in the direction the figure came from. When she went to check, no one was there. We also have 2 cats, very calm, good-natured creatures, who usually spend their time either napping or quietly seeking attention. However, whenever they're in the backyard alone, they occasionally act erratically. Sometimes, they'll dash across the yard at full speed, their fur raised and backs arched, as if something unseen is chasing or spooking them. I can't tell whether they're running after something or away from something. Despite these odd occurrences, I've never felt this spirit was hostile. He isn't attention-seeking or mischievous. In fact, he's so passive that I would probably forget he existed if it weren't for the cats. That's why I never expected him to confront me directly. It was July 12, 2006. I remember the date clearly. At the time, I was using the room that had previously been my brother's. I had originally wanted my sister's room, but I ended up in my brother's room and grew to love it. School had just ended a couple of weeks before, and I was relishing the freedom of sleeping in without setting an alarm. I woke up early that morning out of habit, still groggy enough to worry about being late for school, before realizing it was Wednesday and summer break. The clock read just after 8 a.m. Feeling lazy, I decided to stay in bed for a while longer, even though I knew I wouldn't fall back asleep. I was lying on my side with my eyes closed, debating whether to get up or stay put, when I heard something softly push my bedroom door open wider. The floor creaked as slow, deliberate footsteps approached my bed. I assumed it was my mom. She often comes in quietly to wake me when I sleep in too late. The only way I know she's there is by the creak of the floorboards, which I always tease her about. The creaking stopped about halfway into the room, and after a few moments, I opened my eyes, expecting to see her standing there. But the room was empty. Puzzled, I told myself it was just the house settling and closed my eyes again. Almost immediately, The creaking resumed, coming closer, slow and steady, until it was just a couple of feet away from my bed. It paused briefly, and I thought maybe that was the end of it, until two quick, loud creaks sounded, as if something had leapt toward me. Before I could react, I felt a hand clamp down on the side of my head, not forcefully, but firm enough to hold me in place. I was about to open my eyes when I felt a cold breeze, as though someone had put their face inches from mine and exhaled. And just like that, I couldn't open my eyes. It felt as if someone's face was right in front of me, so close that I was afraid to look. I was startled, but oddly enough, I didn't panic. I remember wondering if I had drifted back to sleep and was dreaming, but I kept trying to sit up, and I could clearly feel the hand pressing my head down. I knew I wasn't dreaming. The hand felt real yet strange, almost like it was made of condensed air, firm but not entirely solid. It wasn't cold, but there was no warmth to it either, just like the breath I had felt earlier. I tried to speak, to call out for help, but no sound came. I twisted uncomfortably, trying to shake off the soft breath on my face. That's when I heard it. A raspy, thin voice, as though the person was struggling to breathe. "It's time to get up," the voice whispered, harsh and close, but it echoed more in my head than in the room itself. Oddly enough, the voice calmed me. At least now I knew there was a purpose behind the strange experience. I wasn't just being randomly assaulted. I was curious more than scared. I thought to myself, why? But I still couldn't speak. Again, the voice repeated, "It's time to get up." I thought, why should I? This time, the voice answered, "Why not?" The sarcasm in his tone was unmistakable. I often say that exact phrase when people ask why I do random things like baking late at night just because I feel like it. The voice continued, "It's time to get up. It's time to get up now." I tried again to ask him why or get some kind of explanation, but my voice wouldn't come. Frustrated, I thought to myself, I'm trying to get up, but your hand is holding me down. Instantly, the hand, the breath, the face, and the voice, all of it vanished like air dispersing in an instant. I lay there, stunned. For a moment, I considered staying in bed, but then the reality of what had just happened hit me. I shot up, my heart pounding. When I looked at the clock, it was 8:32. I still felt like I was being watched, maybe from the windows or one of the walls. The fear set in then, and I worried that if I didn't get out of my room like the voice had told me, something worse might happen. I didn't hesitate. I bolted downstairs to my mom, who was cooking in the kitchen. She didn't notice how freaked out I was at first, and I didn't feel like the ghost would follow me outside of my room. I tried to tell her what had happened, but she doesn't believe in the supernatural and insisted I must have been dreaming. But I know I wasn't. My thoughts were too clear and everything felt too real. I never woke up at any point after the incident. There was no transition from dream to wakefulness. I haven't encountered the ghost since that day, but I can't shake the feeling that if I hadn't gotten out of bed when he told me to, something bad might have happened. When I went back to my room about half an hour later, everything was normal. The presence was gone. One late evening, not too long ago, my son and I were settled in for a Ghost Hunters marathon on TV. As you can imagine, we were already spooked, but there was no way we were changing the channel. Not when the episode was one of the best ones we'd seen. Cuddled up on the couch in our pajamas, we were the only light in the house, thanks to the TV casting an eerie glow over the room. Other than that, we sat in complete darkness. The first noise barely registered. I dismissed it as nothing more than a neighborhood cat prowling around our front deck, maybe searching for a mouse or cricket. But then we heard another noise, louder than the first, and another after that. Was it really a cat? Maybe it was a few cats? Or perhaps something bigger like a mountain lion? Living in the desert outside of city limits, it wasn't out of the question. There wasn't even the faintest breeze to blame it on, and my dogs were safely locked in their kennels in the backyard, sound asleep. Could it have been a stray dog? No. I'd shut and locked the main gate before sundown. In less than a minute, the noises had grown louder and more frequent. My son and I shot up from the couch, both of us literally shaking. The deck outside, raised a few feet off the ground and a sizable 12 by 12 feet, was now the stage for whatever was making those sounds. And it wasn't small. The noise sounded like a rumble, like an earthquake, a storm, a stampede. It definitely wasn't a dog or cat. It was too heavy, too powerful. Just then, something crashed against the door with force, and I wished I had taken my dad's advice about getting a shotgun for emergencies. Being a single mom, situations like these fell squarely on my shoulders. My son clung to me, his voice shaking as he asked, "What's making all that noise?" All I could manage to say was, "I don't know." I could have easily peeked through the blinds in the living room to see what was causing the commotion on the front deck. But the thought of making myself visible to whatever was out there stopped me. I didn't want it to know we were inside, terrified in our pajamas. That's when adrenaline kicked in and supermom mode took over. I grabbed my phone, scooped up my son, and ran to his bedroom. From there, I could spy out the window without revealing ourselves. What I saw was completely unexpected and hilarious. It was a stampede, all right? A goat stampede, to be exact. My goats, Maddie, Lucy, Sissy, Blondie, and Ricky, had somehow managed to open their pen and decided to pay my son and me a late-night visit. For a few moments, we watched in disbelief as Ricky, ever the troublemaker, stood up on his hind legs and crashed against the door with his front legs, clearly hoping to get our attention. The others scampered across the deck like they didn't have a care in the world. I couldn't help but laugh, relieved more than anything. Instead of ghosts or something sinister, we had a herd of mischievous goats on our hands. I stepped outside, grabbed one by the collar, and the rest fell in line, following me back into their pen. That was enough excitement for one night. Thankfully, my son and I made it back in time to catch the rest of the Ghost Hunters episode. The moral of the story? No matter how paranormal or terrifying a situation may seem, there's always the chance it has a perfectly natural explanation. I recently got married this past June, and after a wonderful honeymoon, my husband and I returned to our daily routines. Exhausted after a long day at work, I came home, took a shower, and headed straight for bed. As I was relaxing, I heard footsteps and assumed my husband had come home from work. It struck me as odd that he didn't come to give me a kiss hello, so I got up to see where he was in the condo. But when I looked around, he wasn't home. Confused and growing uneasy, I called him and asked him to come back. He did, but only for a little while, as he had a business trip in New Mexico the next day. That night, as I sat watching TV, it suddenly turned off by itself. I got up and switched it back on, dismissing it as a glitch. But seconds later, it turned off again. I got up once more and turned it back on, and this time it stayed on, but I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something else was going on. I hardly slept that night, fearing some kind of presence in the condo. Fast forward to mid-July, I was in the kitchen making dinner. I turned on the stove and set a pan to heat while I chopped up the ingredients. Out of nowhere, the skillet started moving across the stove on its own. Terrified, I ran out of the kitchen and called my husband to come and see. By the time we both went back, the skillet had stopped moving. I refused to continue cooking that night and ordered takeout instead. The day before yesterday, my husband had already left for work when I got up. I got ready and headed into the office area to grab my iPod. As I stood there, I heard footsteps directly behind me. Thinking my husband had forgotten something and come back, I turned around to greet him, but no one was there. My heart raced, and I bolted out of the condo, heading straight to work without a second thought. Yesterday, my husband had to run an errand, so I stayed home. I was on the phone with his mother, about to head into the kitchen for some water, when the TV turned on by itself. I tried to stay calm, telling myself it wasn't a ghost, and there had to be an explanation. I walked over, turned it off, and headed to bed. About 30 minutes later, my husband came home. He asked if I was tired, and I told him no. I asked if he had recorded new episodes of Intervention, one of our favorite shows. We sat down to check, but nothing had recorded, even though it was set to. He thought it was strange, and I mentioned that the TV had turned on earlier, so I assumed it was recording something. My husband looked at me and said, "The TV shouldn't come on by itself. It's TiVo, and it doesn't have timers like that." We stared at each other, And at that moment, I felt overwhelmed and started to cry. I'm tired of this. I don't want to leave this house. It's our home, and we're building a life here. But all these experiences are scaring me. Maybe it's an entity or spirit that still thinks it's alive, or maybe it just wants to play. But I need it to go away and leave me alone. This story took place in 1995, when my son was about 3.5 years old, and I was pregnant with my daughter. My son spent his mornings watching Ninja Turtles on Nickelodeon, but despite his love for the show, he was often lonely. He was homeschooled and didn't have any friends his age to play with. My husband and I decided it was time to enroll him in kindergarten. It was difficult to let go of our little boy, but we knew it was the right choice. And it turned out to be a great decision. He became happier, more eager to learn, and more playful with both of us. One day, my son came home from school beaming with excitement. He couldn't stop talking about a new friend he'd made, a girl named Natalia. He begged me to let her come over for a playdate, and I agreed, though I insisted on speaking with her parents first. The next morning, I drove my son to kindergarten and waited to meet little Natalia and her parents. My son proudly introduced me to a sweet, adorable little girl before running off to play. I introduced myself to her guardian, who I discovered was her foster parent. Natalia didn't have a father, and her mother was in rehab for the second time after being jailed for child abuse. It was only then that I noticed the large scars Natalia carried. My heart ached as I watched her play happily with her dolls, thinking about all the terrible things she had endured. I learned that she also had a severe case of acute leukemia and didn't have much time left. The following day, Natalia came over for her first playdate. My husband and I watched as the two kids played, but it was clear that Natalia's health was fragile. She would get tired quickly and needed to lie down often, sometimes complaining of headaches or dizziness. Still, they had fun together and became inseparable. Natalia came over every Saturday for the next 2 months, until her health declined and she could no longer visit. My husband and I had grown very attached to Natalia, and we were devastated when she was taken to the hospital. Our son didn't understand what was happening and became upset when he didn't see his best friend at school or on the weekends. He became moody and withdrawn, and it was hard for us to console him. A few days before Natalia passed away, my son and I went to the store and bought her a small teddy bear holding a pink heart with the words, "I love you," written on it. When you squeezed the bear, it would loudly squeak, "I love you." That same day, we drove to the hospital to say our goodbyes. Tears welled in my eyes as we approached Natalia's hospital bed. She looked so pale and drowsy, and my son, sensing something was wrong, gently placed the teddy bear beside her. He took her hand and began to cry. Though we had only known her for a few months, Natalia had become such a big part of our lives that we felt as if she were one of our own. 3 days later, leukemia took her from us. Natalia passed away. Her foster parents returned the teddy bear to us, and I put it away in my closet. The weeks that followed were especially hard on my son. He refused to play with any of the other kids at kindergarten and spent most of his time at home sitting alone at his little desk, drawing pictures of Natalia. One evening at dinner, he asked, "When will I see her again?" I gently explained that Natalia was going to be gone for a while and that he wouldn't see her for a long time. He hung his head and quietly left the table. That night, at exactly 3 a.m., I was jolted awake by a loud sound coming from my closet. It was Natalia's teddy bear screeching, "I love you," louder than I had ever heard it before. The bear kept going off every few minutes. Eventually, I grew tired and frustrated. I muttered, "Okay, Natalia, go to sleep now. I'm tired. We can play in the morning." And just like that, the bear went silent. The next morning, my son looked unusually happy. "Did you sleep well?" I asked him, curious. He smiled and said, "No, but Natalia came. She said she misses us. We got to play a little bit." A smile spread across my face, and my husband smiled at me, too. In that moment, it felt like Natalia was still with us, and for a brief time, our family was whole again. One late evening, not too long ago, my son and I were cozied up on the couch, watching a Ghost Hunters marathon. We were already on edge but couldn't bring ourselves to change the channel. This episode was one of the best. In the dark, with only the light of the TV flickering, We cuddled in our pajamas, too spooked to move. The first noise we heard was so subtle, it almost went unnoticed. I quickly dismissed it as a neighborhood cat prowling around our front deck, hunting for a mouse or cricket. But then we heard another sound, louder this time, and then another. Was it really just a cat? Maybe several cats? Or could it be something bigger, like a mountain lion? Living in the desert, outside city limits, that wasn't out of the question. There was no wind, no breeze to blame, and my dogs were sound asleep in their kennels in the backyard. Could it be a stray dog? No, I had locked the main gate before sundown. So what was it? Less than a minute after hearing the first noise, my son and I jumped off the couch, both of us shaking with fear. Our front deck is raised a few feet off the ground and measures about 12 by 12 feet. Whatever was stomping around on it was gaining strength with each step. It sounded like a rumble, an earthquake, a storm, a stampede. Whatever was out there was massive, definitely not a dog or cat. And then, bam, something crashed against the door with incredible force. At that moment, I wished I had listened to my father and bought a shotgun for emergencies. Being a single mom, situations like these land squarely in my lap. My son clung to me, terrified, asking, "What's making all that noise?" All I could muster was, "I don't know." I could have easily pulled the blinds back and looked out the window to see what was happening on the deck. But I didn't want to risk it. Whatever was out there didn't need to know we were inside, trembling in our pajamas. Then, adrenaline kicked in and Supermom took over. I grabbed my phone from the table, scooped up my son, and ran into his room. From there, I could peek out his window without revealing ourselves and figure out what was going on outside. What I saw was unbelievable. It was a stampede, just not the kind I'd imagined. It was a goat stampede. My goats, Maddie, Lucy, Sissy, Blondie, and Ricky, had somehow managed to open their pen and decided to pay us a late-night visit. For a moment, we just watched in disbelief as Ricky, the ringleader, stood up on his hind legs and banged against the door with his front hooves, clearly trying to get our attention. Maybe they were hoping for a midnight snack. The rest of them were happily scampering around the deck like they didn't have a care in the world. Relief washed over me, replacing my fear. I wasn't even mad. I went outside, grabbed one of the goats by the collar, and the rest followed in line, obediently trotting back into their pen. That was enough excitement for one night. Luckily, we made it back inside in time to catch the rest of the Ghost Hunters episode. The moral of the story? No matter how spooky or paranormal a situation may seem, sometimes it has a perfectly natural explanation.